proprio per those who have to look for a job, and also for companies that need to invest in digital skilling, digital training to stay afloat, to grow, and to have a greater space in the world. Now, sometimes when we talk about contents, it's best to begin with the container. So where are we this morning? We are at the Roman headquarters of Talent Garden. That already speaks a lot about the combination between training and the digital world. In order to better understand where we are and why we're here this morning, all I can do really is call the co-founder of Talent Garden, Davide Dattoli and Lorenzo Dattolini. So welcome. I'll stand up in between the two of you. What happened yesterday? What is Talent Garden? Let's start from that question. What is Talent Garden, or what has it become, Davide? We met 11 years ago on a live TV program featuring Talent Garden. What has it become? Well, today it's become the largest academy on digital technologies in Europe. It combines work and digital technologies. It's present in 12 countries. 25,000 people come here to seek training. Young people who are just starting to work, and managers and companies that send here their people to understand how to tap into the digital skills in order to keep their staff always up to date, to see to it that the business is updated thanks to the right combination of people and skills. This is the greatest challenge for any business today. Well, that's what Talent Garden is all about, what it's become. And what did you do yesterday, Lorenzo? Yesterday, we launched the conference on the future of Europe to talk about the competences or the skills of future, the digital technological skills with the experts in this area, with HR managers, with innovation leaders, with CEOs, with people who are grappling with the need to reskill, to renew training in the work area. It's things have changed today. It's education or training is an ongoing effort. Yesterday we talked and we reflected on this with McKinsey, which I thank. They helped us to set up working groups, and we focused on some specific points that we will discuss with you. That's right. Before we do that, I wasn't there yesterday, and many of the people who are here this morning may not have been here. We'll have a look at what happened yesterday with this video. So here we are. Companies, institutions, universities, many people we could see with the video, and many were connected from home and from the office, and hopefully also today. So what did you talk about in these tables or groups, Davide? Let me explain an important point. The work took up the whole day. Although it was pouring. Today, luckily, the sun is shining, but basically, a paper is going to be put together in the next days that will be sent within the framework of the EU's Future of Europe project regarding the points that need to be addressed when it comes to human capital, and there are four main categories and points. First of all, the lack of human capital and skills in the companies. One of the points has emerged is that today still people think once about going to seek human capital beyond the bounds of our country. But we need to do some in-house to look for staff or for the human capital within in-house. People have an experience with the business of a given company who have been through training and who've been reskilled. And so it's not just about following the traditional course of training, of course, a degree, a university degree. But when we're talking about very fast skills, digital skills, well, selection processes need to be rethought. GM, a few weeks ago in the States, announced that one of the requirements for hiring will no longer be a university degree. That is not the case in Italy. Instead, we still have a long ways to go. But the real point is to place the people strategy next to the business plan of a company. We need to understand what skills are needed, what people are needed to achieve the goals. And so the investment plans are not just in terms of hiring, but of development of people are needed in order to hit the goals. So that was the first theme that we addressed yesterday, the first topic. The second topic was, of course, innovation leadership. What a leader is today in a company, in an organization, is no longer just a boss, a chief who has to manage to run a company, but this person needs to be able to manage talent, to attract it, to develop it within the company, so as to be ready to build up the new generation of leaders within the organization. And on this, the leader of the future needs to be a student for one's whole life, somebody who is ready to consider oneself not just as someone who has studied, has started a job, and that's it, but someone who's ready to go through education constantly for the benefit of the company to be developed. So these are the first 2 points. Future skills, I'll leave that up to you, Lorenzo. Future skills and identification. What are the skills of the future, and especially how can we bridge the skill gaps? Some very interesting points emerged, very original points. The first, mapping competencies or skills constantly in a company. It's no longer necessary or sufficient to do an initial assessment and after some time to do another type of assessment as to the skills. It's necessary rather to create an ongoing mapping or dynamic mapping effort with the use of technological tools. So this dynamic mapping, which is necessary, takes us to a second point, which is learning agility. What does that mean? It means to convey meta competence, the mother of all skills, to those who work, so that they can be autonomously capable of finding their ways through this mapping of skills and to seek out training on various fronts. You can no longer be focused, even when it comes to technical skilling and upskilling. You need to be dynamic and then there's a final point, another point that is coming to the fore more and more, is that humanistic skills are ever more necessary. And this has to do with creativity, with that of the human person, the new humanism, as it's called by many experts and philosophers. The creativity of technical skills is the ultimate goal, is ultimately necessary. We need to train people who are creative and have technical skills. This is what emerged as a primary need from the experts in the area. And the new ways of learning. Well, here we focused a lot. Disruptive technology is disruptive. Last night during the dinner we discussed on how the new generations are completely different even in their DNA, and what is most important is to work at a cross-generation and cross-industry level. It's important that there be contamination amongst generations and industries. There's an experience that new generations need to acquire, but we need to learn from them too. Also very important is the need to combine the needs of the labor world and the skills and forms of learning that are taught, especially in academies. It is necessary to invest in the future of graduates on access to the academic world and to the world of labor. And finally, one of the most important points that has emerged from the working groups is that the driver of Europe are SMEs, and the great process of reskilling today are dealt with especially by large companies because large investments are necessary, so public funds need to be used, especially for the SMEs, which are currently represent the core, the heart of Europe. Otherwise, the people who begin to work in SMEs will never be able to acquire the skills they need to go beyond to operate at a cross-industry level, as we said before. We need, for this great lung of the European economy to breathe even more. So we need SMEs to be able to approach these reskilling approaches in a simple, effective, and quick manner. So thank you. Thank you, Davide Tattoli and Lorenzo Mattolini. Oh, we did forget a fundamental point. Before you leave, there's one thing that we wanted to show you. This year, well, yesterday and today, we want to say that these are not isolated days. The project continue. There will be other events in the course of the year. And next year, October 12th to 13th, 2023, here in Rome, we're going to pick up from where we left off in building up this new way of developing human capital, this new way of reasoning, of thinking about education and training so as to prepare the companies for the future, companies and businesses for the future. That's right. And since you mentioned that, I do want to thank all those who have supported us now and who knows, may perhaps support us in the future. I'd like to thank McKinsey, Engineering, Intese, Regione Lazio, Lazio Nova, AT Digital, Roche University, Federcasse, our media partners, RaiPlay and Repubblica.it. Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you, Davide, and thank you, Lorenzo. As I was saying, these issues, the new skills and the new learning models, new forms of leadership, new humanisms, these are issues that are going to be coming up again and again in the roundtables that will follow. But before we delve into our program, I would like to read to you a message that was written to us by our Prime Minister, and I'm referring to Giorgia Meloni, who sadly could not join us this morning, but she did write a letter that innovation that it's no chance that these topics have found are at the core of this topic, so as to involve young people. The government is committed and engaged in the process of innovation, which is necessary in the various areas of the public administration to streamline and speed up the work of the activities of the state in its relationship with citizens and companies, in opening up to innovation, cultivating talents, investing in education. This is the royal road that we intend to follow in order to accompany Italy into the future. So we thank the Prime Minister for her welcome message and for this institutional greeting from the Italian government. Now we're going to listen to a video that has been sent to us by the European Commissioner for Innovation and Research, Education and Youth, Maria Gabriel.
Buongiorno a tutti. Dear friends, I would like to thank Talent Garden for organizing this event in the context of the Conference on the Future of Europe and for inviting me to be with you. It is incredibly inspiring to me and everyone else here in Brussels who works to support you that the education and innovation communities are so active, intertwined and responsive, especially because we are facing challenges that require bold measures. We are all too aware of Europe's worsening talent shortage. The lack of qualified people with digital skills has been reported by 70% of our businesses as the main barrier to expansion. This number is expected to rise as the deep technology innovation wave gains momentum, highlighting the need for more science and entrepreneurial profiles to the European talent pool. And we need to make sure that our response to these education and innovation needs are inclusive of all our regions. These goals were best expressed in the new European Innovation Agenda, our flagship initiative to help Europe develop deep tech innovations to address our deepest societal challenges, from food crisis to raw materials to the energy crisis. And new talents are needed for this new wave of innovation that incorporates physical, digital and biological components. The European Institute of Innovation and Technology, or EIT, and its knowledge and innovation communities serve as a vital conduit between students, entrepreneurs and business to meet this need. Our objectives are to strengthen the role of education in innovation ecosystems and to provide top-notch educational programs to prepare the next generation of startups. This is why the EIT has been given the task to push forward the Deep Tech Talent Initiative. Between 2023 and 2025, we want to train 1 million people in deep tech fields, from nanotechnologies to aerospace, to artificial intelligence, to synthetic biology. This is a very ambitious goal. To succeed, we need our member states, industry partners, training providers, and employers to commit to the call for pledges I launched last month. We are already working in synergy with the European Strategy for Universities, Horizon Europe, and Erasmus Plus program, just to name a few. Let me give you some examples. To create more opportunities for fledgling innovators, the EIT will collaborate with the European Innovation Council on a new innovation internship scheme to allow students to work in startups. To support women innovators and tackle the gender gap, not only are we developing a new innovation gender and diversity index, we are also establishing a women entrepreneurship and leadership scheme, Women Tech EU. Add to that our Erasmus Plus digital opportunity traineeships, or our efforts to support the edtech sector, and we start sketching a real support system, an innovation ecosystem where anyone with a great idea and the grit to see it through also has access to the skills and the support to make it come to life. But this needs to be an effort from the whole innovation community, especially those companies currently scaling up, because they will be the first to benefit from all this talent. Today's event goes a long way to bringing this community together, and I count on all of you to be the force multipliers our initiatives need for Europe to succeed. I wish you now a very successful day, full of networking opportunities. Grazie e buon lavoro.
Grazie alla commissaria Maria Gabriel, grazie anche per aver ricordato.
Thank you, and thank you also for recalling the central role played by women, and that I'm sure will come up again in the course of our keynote speeches today. I'm very pleased that today we begin with an institutional speech at the local level. For the first time, I will be hearing from the new president of the Regione Lazio, the Latium region, Daniele Leodori, who is with us. There he is. He's sitting in the first row. I didn't see him. I think that I'm the first to introduce you as the president, well, ex-vice president. Not sure how I should be referred to. Right. Very well. I'll leave the floor to you. I'm sure that you'll speak about Lazio Innova. The region is very careful, and it deals with the digital sector. Lazio Innova will also be speaking during a panel in the afternoon, so I'll leave you the floor. Thank you. Just a word of thanks for these days and for the topics that you will be discussing, that you are addressing and will be discussing. What is at stake is the future of our region, of our continent. We're coming out of 2 very difficult years, a result of the pandemic and, of course, in this past year of the war. The war has complicated matters very much so, also in combination with the pandemic. But in addition to this, we also have great opportunities. Indeed, the National Recovery and Resilience Plan is a great opportunity for us, an opportunity that we should not waste. And we would like for Lazio, thanks to these resources, to focus on innovation and development as drivers for the future of our region. And also in order to overcome a problem which has to do with the social balance. The figures of the past decade, of the past 2 decades, are quite alarming, in fact. There's no social mobility within our society. Only 6% of the children of parents without a university degree actually get a degree, and 12% of children without a high school diploma, whereas the percentage of those who come from a family that is educated is much greater. So you see there's a huge divide. You see that young people don't all have the same opportunities, and this is a challenge that we must address. This is one of the aspects that we have worked on, invested in, and we need to continue to do this also in the future, to invest, that is, in order to make everyone aware, to provide everybody access to the same opportunities. And then there's also another point, another issue, which is to do with how to focus our efforts so as to train young talents, young people. When I stepped in, when I arrived, I heard somebody speaking and saying that there is a great focus on studies, on technical studies, but humanistic studies continue to be important, and they are to be a part of the overall education of a young person, of humanities, next to technical subject matters. Those who pay attention to social phenomena know that Europe and Italy in particular can spearhead a new humanism. For decades, IT and finance were at the very base, foundation of our cultural growth. Nowadays, many think that our society and our continent can grow based on a new humanism, and our country can no doubt provide a great example. We can show how much can be done, how much can be accomplished. And that's why in the sphere, and so as a region also, we need to step up our efforts. We've worked hard in order to enhance the educational offerings in the will to build together with public and regional universities the establishment of the Latium Technopole, so that young people can study these so-called external subject matters. We noticed that our region was less attractive than many others in these studies. Hence, the wish to step up our efforts to focus on these themes, these topics. And with the National Recovery Plan, in collaboration with the public universities of our region, we have undertaken a process to create this new pole, this new area, so as to help young people to become more attractive at the national and international levels, because the new decrees will be all in English. And so we would like to undertake this educational process that will give many young people the opportunity to grow and to receive training. I'm sorry if I spoke more at length than I should have, but really I could speak for 3 hours straight, and I can't do that. I can try to focus my comments in just a few minutes. Our additional goal is, and pursued also by Lazio Innova. Lazio Innova did a lot of fundamental work here, but we worked also in collaboration with other structures such as Talent Garden over time. Well, we have tried to make all the necessary efforts required in order to match demand and supply for work. Oftentimes, our institutional system has trained in areas where there was less offer of jobs, less of a supply of jobs, and failed to provide training in other areas where there was a greater need, such as in SMEs, which do represent the very core, the very heart of our economy, especially in Lazio. We need to support them, to help them to identify the young talents who can help these to help the region to grow, and to allow them, to help them to steer them in a way in which companies cannot because of a lack of funds. So in the companies, it's important to further develop ideas and programs, but oftentimes there's a lack of funds, and this cannot be done. So together with the Tor Vergata University, we want to promote the so-called 10 kilometers of knowledge, which are another insight that we are pursuing with the 2021-27 program, so as to match demand, supply with search or research and innovation, so that SMEs and which have many ideas but trouble carrying them forward, to give these companies the opportunity to develop these ideas, which are often innovative and do lead to a collective growth for our economic and productive system. I think that as far as these topics are concerned, days like the ones that you have organized can really help to provide further food for thought and help in order to best identify the actions to be undertaken in order to reach these goals and to place Lazio at the core of a European growth, which within a process that sees innovation as a beacon to place this region at the core of the economic development of the country. We should remember that in the past few years we have represented the Italian region that has grown most when it has come, with regards to the innovative startups that have come into being. So thank you for this opportunity, and I wish you all a good day. Well, thank you. Thank you. For launching, really, the first, or introducing the first keynote speech for the day, when he spoke about the importance of human capital. In fact, our first speech today will be focused precisely on human and humanistic capital. with the President Leodori, we have completed with the institutional addresses and speeches, and we can delve straight into the subject matter. So the first speaker this morning is Maurizio Ferraris, a thinker, a philosopher, very well known from the University of Turin. He also works for Scienza Nuova, an institute of advanced studies that combines the work of the Polytechnic and of the University of Turin, combining technology and humanism. Professor Ferraris, you have the floor.
La lascio sola ma con la sua lavagna, quindi...
Sì, con la mia...
C'è la luce, però le ricordo, come lo ricordo ai
I'd like to remind you that over there, although you can't really see because of the light, you have a timer, okay, so that you can stick to the times. Yes, I will try, but I can't see a thing because it's too bright. All right, from back there, you just, tell us when our time is running out. Okay, here's what I'll do. I'll approach you when your time's almost over. Okay, well, that would mean that I would have to rush to my conclusions. I'd rather not do that. I'd rather be able to address this in a more rational manner. I don't really know how to do that, but we'll see. Okay, here's my small device that I can look at every now and then in order to make sure that I am sticking to the time. I hope that this is not the first genocide resulting from renewables, right? Because of the heat that is being generated here. But anyway, human capital. Well, usually when we talk about human capital, we refer to the fact that human beings have capabilities and skills, and it's important to have human beings within companies, for example, or also in other areas, because only human beings know what human beings want, right? Machines don't. And this explains how now, with the web, a second human capital has been created. I'm referring to the fact that in the past, human beings were important only as a labor in relation to machines. They would screw place screws in an assembly line, or they would use hammers. But now human beings are important as human beings because they carry needs and objectives and goals that machines need to learn from them so as to be able to implement their profiling, automation processes. Automating something, making something automatic is nothing more than teaching a machine to behave somehow as a human being would. So, the old and still existing human capital skills are compounded with the new and previously non-existing capital, which is huge, and it's what makes the great commercial platform so rich, or determines the power of China. But it may serve the whole of humanity so as to avoid this very disquieting phenomenon, which is a growing number of people who are rightly concerned and worried about being pushed to the sidelines of societies and becoming unemployed because machines will replace them, will replace many jobs. Now, of course, these people feel on the sidelines, and they feel potentially jettisoned from the world. And of course, they go to Capitol Hill and they protest in various different ways. Now, for sure, there has been a truck driver Capitol Hill, because we know that in one of the places in which automation is best achieved in the automotive sector is that of trucks. So truck drivers say, what am I going to do in the future? To begin with, I'll protest. But we need to understand, really, now, of course, I'm not going to go too much into the philosophy of this, but I'll tell you a little more about this new idea of human capital, the first thing that we need to understand in order to understand how it developed and was generated is that unlike what one mostly believes, especially the name of the technologies associated with the web as ICTs is quite misleading. The web is not primarily information. It's about recording or registering. The digital, as compared to what is analogic, registers or records everything, and so it records acts, behaviors, expressions, cough, bouts of cough, or even things like that. All of that can be used to make forecasts, to teach machines to transcribe our speech as well, to teach other machines to translate effectively from one language into the other. So the real point is that the web is essentially about recording. And then about communication, because communication, well, has always been there, right? We've always communicated, but now there's this huge amount of data, which in the past was lost, and now instead is considered, is regarded. In this respect, when we say that the web is an infosphere, we're saying something that's true, and you go on the web to get information, the time, the weather forecasts, opening hours or running hours or times of a train or what have you. Of course, all of that is available from other sources, but it's much more complicated. So the infosphere is what attracts. It's the attractor. It sees to it that human beings are attracted by the web. If I put on my website all my ideas, few people would read it. But if instead I add to my website videos and weather forecasts, more people will come to it. And if you need to attract people. You do all of this in order to attract people. And I give you information in terms of services and vice versa. It becomes interesting when this infosphere is part of docusphere. So it's a small island that navigates within a much broader sphere, which is the docusphere. Which is everything that we produce while we ask for information. Let's say that I go to Wikipedia to check if Rome is in Italy, and the information I receive is modest, but Wikipedia receives information about the fact that I sought whether I did a search as to whether Rome is in Italy or elsewhere, and all of these queries are stored. In order to draw something from them, you need to have IT skills and interpretation skills, and that's why it is crucial. And this is the real point. I am perfectly in agreement with the great American platforms that have generated a huge amount of work, or money rather, that went into the pockets of their owners, but also a great amount of knowledge to be able to interpret data. The same could be said for the Chinese platforms, but their value is redistributed, but the panopticon is created there. The citizens are completely controlled by the state. What instead I think should constitute the true future for Europe is the fact of teaching that all universities should become capable of interpreting data. All institutions should become capable of interpreting data. And this because it is possible to generate wealth by tapping into this data and creating other data, making up for the fear that people have that they'll lose their job, they'll be left alone, and so on and so forth. What we're doing in Turin so as not to be too abstract, we are working with a bank which has 1.5 million users. The bank, by the way, just like any other institution, often doesn't know this, is a platform by its own right. It is an even more organized and more powerful platform than commercial platforms because it doesn't have to use algorithms. It already has its database. So it asks its customers, do you authorize me to require to share with Europe your social data? This is possible, but nobody really does this. They say yes, no. If they say yes, all of that data is taken. It is collated. The data is crossed with that of the platform. Some forecasts are made as to the increase in the prices of housing or what have you. Value is drawn from this interpretation, and the result is that you obtain a capital, and this too is a capital to the benefit of humans, which, however, should not come back to the clients. It would be €1,000 for people who already have a current account in the bank, but generate, say, €1 million that can be invested in social support, because really the big problem with the classic welfare was that it focused on already existing resources, taxation of citizens, a value that already existed, whilst in this case it would be possible to bring to fruition a completely new value which presents these characteristics. First, it is hugely rich, much more informative than the value of the stock exchange. Piketty had in 2013 envisaged that the great capital in the future would be that of finance, but that was Piketty was wrong. And a second, it's renewable. If I ask Google for data, Google uses this data, it takes it and it uses to its own purposes, and I do too. And also it's very fair in the sense that, and with this I think I should wrap it up. That's right. I'll finish it off with this. You know, that one thing that you find, that you read in the Acts of the Apostles, the preachers, I should be a preacher, not a professor, and that we find also in the Gotha program of March, the prince, for each according to his capabilities, from that to each according to his needs. This principle has not been viable so far because skills mattered mostly, but if it is the needs of human beings that cannot be automated, I can automate everything. I can make everything automatic except for needs. I can create a machine to make pizza, fine. To distribute pizza is great, but I cannot create a machine to eat that pizza, right? Consequently, once the needs become the most important point when in relation to value creation, this principle that seemed to be so difficult to accomplish becomes quite evident, with an element that runs counter to the tendency of all human beings, individualism. It is much more convenient for data to be interpreted together. The more data, the greater the value. So it's the opposite of what we thought so far. And with this I close. We must not forget that this whole process is contained within an anthroposphere. That is, everything that's on the web, that is done on the web, and so on and so forth, concerns or is of interest only to human beings, including weather forecasts. A gopher would not be interested in that, right? And it applies only to human beings. If humankind were to disappear, the web would vanish in a second, whereas we have evidence of the fact that without the web, we survived for centuries. But if we can take this characteristic on board, we can resolve in a very fruitful manner and in a very creative manner some of the greater problems that afflict our times. Thank you.
Grazie, Professor.
Thank you, Professor, also for being punctual, thanks to the help of your phone. listening to you was really, really interesting, and that helps to introduce the next keynote speech that will speak about man, human skills at the center. Let us welcome Professor Donatella Taurasi, who teaches at the Haas School of Business. Good morning. This is at the University of California. They work on data analysis, fintech, and so on. And she will speak to us about mixed skilling, right? About how the various skills intersect in a world that is here, really. The future is already with us. Thank you.
Grazie a tutti.
Lo vede?
No, però vedo te.
So thank you very much. Can you see the timer? Not really, but I can see you. Anyway, I shall speak in English. I have lived abroad for a long time. I find it hard to address you in Italian. Please forgive me.
Here is a true pleasure to be here in front of you. Today, I'll try to convince you of the power of skill mixing in seeding innovation. But before I jump in, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Donatella Taurasi, and as you might have guessed from the title, I'm a big fan of mixed skilling, so I tend to wear a lot of hats. So I've taken the liberty of listing just a few on the next slide. I am the proud member of the professional faculty at Haas Business School in Berkeley, California. I'm also the science officer, the chief science officer of Lumen Global Investment, based in San Francisco, and I recently joined, thank you, recently joined a very interesting Italian educational startup, Data Masters, where the tremendous team has the mission of educating in data analytics and technology. Now, whenever I introduce myself for the first time, I get always the same exact question. I'm sure it's popping on the clouds on top of your heads. What's the secret sauce of Silicon Valley? Why does innovation come so easily in Silicon Valley? Why is it so hard to replicate that system, the ecosystem elsewhere, at least not with the same success rate? And my answer, after over a decade of living, and some of you might say surviving, in this very competitive ecosystem, is without doubt one: cross-pollination. Very much like in nature, the offspring of cross-pollination often exhibit what biologists refer to as hybrid vigor, or vigor, like US English says. It's this condition of greater robustness, greater proactivity, greater productivity. In the same exact way, innovation stems from mixed skilling. When different domains come together, they have the ability to create tremendous innovation. Now, this idea of skill mixing is intriguing. I know I've intrigued you, but it's abstract, right? It's hard to understand how that really works in practice. So I'll actually give you a few examples. And before I jump in these examples, I like to share with you what these examples have in common. They are all data-driven. They all have data and analytics at the very core. There is no way around it. We need to use data analytics. There's so much information coming at us at all times that we can't work with our brain alone. We need augmented intelligence, and that's where data and analytics comes into play. But what makes this example stand out is the skill mixing, is the multidisciplinary approach. And let me talk to you about my first example, Daniel Kahneman. How many of you know Daniel? I'm sure his book is sitting in your bookshelves. I know it's hard to read, but go dust it off and read it, because it's a great insight in human behavior. So why do I bring this example to you? An applied psychologist who won the Nobel Prize in economic sciences. That sounds odd, right? Did we run out of brilliant economists all the time? That's not the case, obviously. Daniel Kahneman's co-author Amos Tversky won this award for their groundbreaking work in applying psychological insights to the economic theory, especially in the area of judgment and decision-making under uncertainty. Why is that so impressive? Well, economics funds all their theories and models on one strict, strong assumption. Individuals are rational. Whenever we make a decision, We act in our own best interest. I see smiles on your faces, right? That sounds really unrealistic. You can smile now thanks to the work of Daniel Kahneman. His work in challenging the status quo, in challenging this assumption, led to the foundation of behavioral economics and then later behavioral finance. They both have helped shape countless policies and models. A great insight in human behavior in the field of economics and finance. A lot of individual investors are able to retire today comfortably because of these theories and this empirical research. Mis-skilling. Expert psychologists applied to economics. This is the power of cross-pollination. The next example is Nate Silver. You might be less familiar with Nate Silver. He became popular in 2008 when he predicted the election of President Barack Obama, and then he did again in 2012. What's special about Nate Silver? His predictions and the way he talked about them led to an enormous and lively conversation in the media about data science. This is 2008, so only the experts were talking about data science. But this conversation reached the general public. Why is that? What's so special about Nate Silver? Well, it wasn't his predictive model. His predictive model were pretty basic by his own assumption. But what's unique about Nate Silver's approach is the cross-pollination of two fields. An expert statistician enters the realm of politics. It changes forever the way we talk about it. In other words, less rumors, less gossip, and more facts. So the way he did this is by applying his statistical knowledge and his writing skills and use data visualization to convey topics that are quite complex in an effective way. And this actually has helped popularize the use of data in a variety of ideas, and by reaching the public in general, which is a tremendous example of cross-pollination. The next example I'd like to bring to you is Billy Beane. How many of you are familiar with this story? You must have read, well, at least you must have watched the movie where Brad Pitt plays Billy Beane. Never passed on a movie with Brad Pitt in it. That's the fundamental rule. Or you might have read the book about the story written by Michael Lewis, another Berkeley resident. What's the story here? Billy Beane, ex-professional baseball player, is late 90s and he becomes the general manager of the Oakland Athletics baseball team. The A's, Athletics is A's, has probably the smallest budget in the entire league. You know, those of you that are fans of sports know that small budget means you're stuck with the less talented players. To compound the disadvantage, 3 of their best players had just left to teams that could, pay larger paychecks. So Billy Beane is left with the challenge of filling these gaping holes left in the roster. And so he meets with scouts. And you know how it goes, right? Scouts go, watch these kids play baseball, and decide who has talent and who doesn't. And the question is, but how do they do it? Well, their system is pre-defaulted. Their approach is based on metrics that are subjective and often irrelevant. Let me mention a few. The shape of the jawline, the sound the ball makes when it hits the bat. How attractive the player's partner is. And you know why Billy Beane was so frustrated? Because he had been a professional baseball player. He had been scouted exactly the same way. And guess what? His professional career as a baseball player was pretty disappointing. So he knew there must have been a better way to do this. So he goes, and with the help of an economist from Yale and a PhD from Berkeley, starts approaching the problem the same way a hedge fund manager would. He wanted to do exactly what hedge fund managers do. Look for the underpriced assets in the financial market. So he asked himself, can I find a way to identify the undervalued players? Those players that actually have talent, but this faulty system does not recognize them on the field. And that's exactly what it does. It realizes they actually sit on an enormous amount of data about players, and they use their data to train an algorithm that allows them to successfully identify those undervalued players. And now with the price tag of 1-star player, they can afford 3 players that will be as effective in the aggregate. Guess what happens to the A's? They won the World Series. But Billy Beane's story does not end there. He's changed forever the face of sports. There is no baseball team that doesn't use data and analytics, regardless of how big their budget is. I bring to you this example because I know there are skeptical among you, in your colleagues, in your companies. Why? Because you're amazed by what the Googles and the Amazons of the world are doing, but you just believe that your own business, your own organization cannot benefit from any of it. You just can't visualize it. And yet, Billy Bean did it. He identified a way to innovate what doesn't get more traditional than baseball. So this is for you, to really motivate you to look for different ways of doing your own business. Again, cross-pollination, expertise in baseball meets economics, powered by data and analytics. Now, I know I've intrigued you, I know I aroused your interest, and I know your next question. How do I kindle this process? How do I make my organization think this way? How do I make my students think this way? Well, there's a lot to do, obviously, and that's why I get paid the big bucks, but I'd like to share one simple tip with you. I'm asking you to change one thing, actually change one question. If you do that, you'll witness the most astonishing yet organic revolution within your organizations, within your companies, at the dinner table, in a conversation in front of your friends, in front of a glass of wine. I ask you to do one thing. So picture this. Whenever you're looking for an answer to a question, or you're trying to solve a problem, what do? You ask your counterparts, what do you think? Right? That's what you do. What I urge you to do is to refrain from asking that question. I ask you to change the question in, what do you know? When you ask, what do you think, you trigger what Daniel Kahneman refers to as System 1. It's the part of our brain that has evolved to give you a quick answer, a rushed answer, to save your life, right? So whatever the answer is going to be, it's going to tap into your instinct, in your gut feeling, in hearsay, in short-term memory. It's not going to be an educated answer. If you start asking, what do you know instead, and you keep doing it, you will trigger System 2, which is the rational part of our brain. That's the rational part. It's going to take its time to provide you with an educated response, an educated solution. So, of course, not all questions, not all problems require data and analytics. But if you start doing this, you'll have the most productive, galvanizing, energizing conversation at the dinner table and in your companies. And to conclude, I like to borrow, perhaps I cannot borrow anything. Oh, sorry, I think it's my mistake. I like to borrow the words spoken by very humble Michelangelo at the age of 87. Ancora imparo, I'm still learning. This couldn't be truer today. The future belongs to those of us who are willing to keep learning anywhere, anything. So please, I urge you to stop protecting the past. Stop protecting tradition and start inventing the future. So just rebel. Break rules in proactive and positive ways. Be courageous and stay broad-minded. Thank you.
Grazie, professoressa Taurasi, thank you so much. Ancora imparo, a 87 anni, Michelangelo, non male. Allora, terzo keynote speech, poi passiamo a una tavola rotonda nella quale capiremo meglio, entreremo dentro le aziende. Ci parlerà dal mix skilling, il mix pollination, ci parlerà il prossimo keynote speech di formazione diffusa, che secondo me ha molti punti in contatto con quello che abbiamo appena ascoltato. Do il benvenuto, lo ringrazio, e un applauso a Massimo Giordano, che è Managing Partner di McKinsey Mediterraneo. Grazie. Prego.
Buongiorno a tutti. Innanzitutto grazie a tutti i presenti in aula e saluto anche tutte le persone in streaming che so essere molto numerose, quindi grazie a tutti. Grazie a Talent Garden per aver organizzato questo bellissimo evento, è un'amicizia che ci lega da tanti anni con David, con Maternini eccetera, quindi complimenti ancora per questo bellissimo evento molto importante nel quadro complessivo. Allora, quello che io volevo portare, stiamo assistendo a bellissime presentazioni molto tecniche, ne avremo tantissime nel pomeriggio, dei dibattiti, eccetera. Volevo provare a inquadrare il tema della formazione in un orizzonte più ampio, perché è diventata un elemento fondamentale di competitività di un'economia, di un paese, di un'azienda. Stiamo vivendo un momento molto molto complicato, ci sono gli analisti diciamo più gloomy, meno positivi, che mettono insieme l'inflazione, la possibile recessione, mettono insieme ovviamente la guerra, mettono insieme tutta una serie di dinamiche che sono ovviamente molto molto complicate, quindi diciamo, quello che possiamo prevedere per il prossimo anno, per i prossimi 2 anni può essere molto negativo. C'è anche chi vede le cose in maniera diversa, che dice perché ormai l'economia dopo il Covid abbiamo visto che non sempre gli economisti ci azzeccano, che se le cose dovessero girare, se alcune tessere del puzzle dovessero andare a posto in tempi veloci, potremmo anche riassistere a un momento diciamo di ri-euforia, come è successo dopo la pandemia. Ripeto, gli economisti è diventato un lavoro molto complicato, quindi anche noi stessi abbiamo un McKinsey Global Institute e al nostro stesso interno abbiamo delle visioni molto diverse. Però questa è una visione di breve e medio termine. Quello che invece stiamo sicuramente vedendo è il cambiamento di alcuni paradigmi complessivi. Pensiamo al tema della globalizzazione. È il mondo ancora un mondo globale? Questo è veramente un grande punto di domanda. Devono le aziende cominciare a pensare invece a un mondo multipolare, quindi questo con delle grandi implicazioni sulla supply chain, sui mercati di sbocco, sull'accesso ai talenti. Possiamo pensare a delle piattaforme tecnologiche che non stanno più evolvendo perché negli ultimi 6-9 mesi ci siamo dedicati ad altro, se ne parla meno. Non è così, le piattaforme tecnologiche, il tech, la tecnologia sta andando avanti a passi da giganti, in tutti i settori, nella bioingegneria, nell'healthcare, nella nanotecnologia, nello spazio, nel metaverso. Quindi le piattaforme tecnologiche ormai sempre di più stanno cambiando le cose che facciamo. Le forze demografiche, è stato citato prima il tema delle forze demografiche, questo è un punto molto molto delicato. Le forze demografiche dell'Europa, sappiamo, ormai stiamo tutti invecchiando e il Covid ha peggiorato questo trend. Dall'altra abbiamo dei paesi emergenti in grandissima crescita e in più nell'ambito delle forze demografiche vediamo un tema delle diseguaglianze sempre più ampio, che si sta amplificando e che ovviamente ha dei grandi impatti anche sui sistemi educativi. Citerei anche risorse e sistemi energetici, è inutile dirlo, è un tema fondamentale per i prossimi anni, anche qua la tecnologia sta cambiando moltissimo, per non parlare dell'altro grande elemento che sta cambiando, che è quello della capitalizzazione del debito. Siamo usciti da tanti anni di debito sostanzialmente a costo zero, che aveva delle implicazioni sia, chiamiamolo, sul mondo dei privati, ma che ha delle implicazioni gigantesche anche sul mondo delle aziende. Pensate a tutto il flusso degli investimenti di capitale, il private equity, al ruolo che ha avuto. Tutto questo paradigma sta cambiando e dovrà essere affrontato in modo diverso. Questo per dire che siamo in un momento di breve termine molto complicato, ma ci sono anche dei grandi trend di lungo termine che stanno modificando. Come si posiziona l'Europa in questo? E devo dire che l'Europa non si posiziona benissimo, perché noi tra l'altro abbiamo fatto recentemente, vi invito a guardarlo col nostro McKinsey Global Institute, uno studio sulla competitività dell'Europa e purtroppo non ne esce bene. Da un lato il mondo aziendale, se guardiamo alcuni indicatori, ad esempio le spese di ricerca e sviluppo delle aziende europee rispetto alle aziende americane sono molto più basse, nella media, poi è ovvio che ci sono delle eccellenze, ma nella media sono molto più basse. Il tema del quanti unicorni abbiamo.
How many unicorns do we have in Europe compared to the number of unicorns in the US? So how dynamic is the world of entrepreneurship? We are here in Talent Garden, a future unicorn, a wonderful company. But if we look at the number of unicorns in Italy, well, we only have a handful, 4, 5 or 6, no more than that. And unfortunately, we're also lagging behind when it comes to technology. We have analyzed the 10 distinct technologies: artificial intelligence, automation, connectivity, infrastructure, and unfortunately only in the case of 2 technologies out of 10, Europe overperforms clean tech and new generation materials. This is a wake-up call. this is really cause for concern. And there are many reasons which can explain the situation. But anyway, out of 10 cutting-edge technologies, Europe is ahead only in 2 of these 10. How can we address this problem? Well, I'm not going to speak about investing in R&D or technology. I will only speak of one of the pillars of our future competitiveness, education. The World Economic Forum conducted a study which showed that the children who are attending a primary school today, well, less than 25-30% of their future jobs exist today. So 65% of future jobs have not been created yet. And this is true for young children who are attending primary school today. So education is going to play a crucial role. And I agree on what has been said about the humanities. But let me speak of 2 key areas where, in our view, there is a skill gap, a talent gap. First, energy transition, and then digitalization. These 2 areas. Energy transition is a very controversial issue. Some say that energy transition can destroy jobs. This is what used to be said about digitalization. Well, according to our study, the energy transition is going to have a positive balance. 5 million jobs will be created in Europe in the next few years. However, the problem is where these jobs are located and the distribution over time. So if I am not able to invest effectively in training, and when I say training, I mean a lot more than mere education. We also have a problem with the supply chain. If we are unable to seize this opportunity to fill this gap, it may well be that these talents emerge in other regions, in other geographical regions, and so we have a gap which cannot be filled. Let me mention instead the digitalization. Here is said that there are huge gaps, there are huge talent shortages. For example, cybersecurity, just to give you an example, we have 3 million people, 3 million vacancies in the world, which should be filled by people with the requisite skills. In Italy, 180,000 vacancies were what is needed are people with digital skills to fill these vacancies. And it's a shortage. We cannot fill these vacancies. Now, we have launched a program called Generation, which is targeting youth unemployment. And we decided to launch Java courses, very simple courses for high school graduates, so that people in just a few months can learn to become Java developers. And the occupancy rate, the employability of these people being trained is over 90%, which means that education in some areas has huge value. Now, I don't want to dwell on this, and I'd like to go back to the overall theme, which is being discussed during this event. We're not speaking here only of youth unemployment, or the need to skill young people. I'm not saying it's easier, but perhaps it's simpler to provide young people with skills. We are speaking here of reskilling and upgrading of existing workers. In the next few years, we are going to have swathes of workers, so men and women whose jobs are becoming obsolete and who will need to be reskilled. So when I say reskilling, this is not just merely a technical factor. We are not merely conveying a new knowledge. We need to have these people develop new soft skills. If you have been employed in a given job for 30 years, it is not easy to be recycled and to take up something completely different. It isn't just skills, it takes a huge psychological effort. So we think we are being faced with a very considerable change right now. Education must be at the heart of this change. It's an important competitive factor. I must say personally that whenever we discuss this with companies, whenever education comes up and competitiveness and the like, companies are interested. They have a huge interest. I know that Italian companies, Intesa San Paolo or Enel, are all very sensitive to these issues, skills, supporting reskilling. Then not all initiatives go hand in hand. Why is this important? Well, we have new initiatives in the field of innovation. Talent Garden is just one example, but there are so many startups with the possibility of attending online courses. Then we have the public sector, we have private and state universities. So these four actors, these four players should be brought together. There should be convergence so that they can all join forces in helping companies and employees to reskill. So we must all do our part. We believe firmly in education. We believe that education doesn't merely increase a country's competitiveness, but it also contributes to social sustainability. Let me also mention something which I think needs repeating. New forms of education are also more democratic because they're easier to access. In the past, if you wanted to attend a special cutting-edge course, you had to go and study in a different city, you had to find the funds to pay for the fees. It was not easy to have access to new innovative university programs. However, we are now witnessing something different. There is greater accessibility now, and this is also true in the case of education. New technologies, new platforms can truly help lots of young people to have access to education and to the job market. I'm an optimist, not just because I am an optimist by nature, but also because I can see that there is an ebullient context around us. There are so many initiatives simmering. There are so many companies coming up with new ideas. I'm sure that we can all do better. I'm sure that we can all try and fine-tune all these initiatives. And I think that it's good that we have this opportunity today to have an in-depth discussion of these themes. So thank you, everyone, and thank you, Talent Garden, thank you, David, and everybody else for their great commitment and for their efforts. So thank you. I am confident that many of the issues that you have addressed will be taken up again in our panel discussion. You can see that we have some stools here precisely because we are ready to start our panel discussion where we're going to address the theme of the future of our companies. So let me ask our panel members to join me. Ferdinando Lore, who heads training in IT. Maurizio De Chico from Roche. Simone Mori, European Director of Enel. And connected via streaming, we have Paola Papanicolaou, Executive Director, Transformation Center from Intesa San Paolo. Hello, everyone.
I'm going to carry my phone so as to keep track of the time. We have 20 minutes, but I'm certain that we'll be able to summarize and get to the very heart of the matters. We've heard about what the future awaits our companies. I'll begin with Simone Mori from Enel. It's evident that Enel is investing in energy transition by placing and also digital transition on the same track. That's why we speak about twin transitions. they need to proceed alongside. And because of this, it's necessary to rethink the organization models, the way in which the company is organized, how, and what are the major development trends in this direction. Well, thank you. I'd like to thank Talent Garden for this invitation. Massimo Giordano said that the energy transition is a paradigm of change, of transformation, in which the new way of working, the need for new skills, and the convergence of knowledge and know-how of different types acts at a very deep level. Just a few general comments, and then I'll come to Nell in particular. As regards transition, it's a lengthy process. The term, we have a departure, a point of departure, a point of arrival, and a process of change and transformation that does not happen overnight. It's evident that the energy transition does not result, as we wrongly think sometimes, from abstract decisions made in remote places in Brussels or technology or whatever. It happens through the integration of technologies. They are part of an industrial process which is quite traditional in the sector of utilities. Not many know that in the oldest thermal energy plants in the heart of Milan for 100 years, this has been the case. Anyway, we speak of new technologies, new production systems, new organization systems, from a decentralized world to a strongly centralized model. It needs to be rethought, and also the need to manage a transition that does not happen overnight. Massimo rightly said that there's no doubt that this is an inevitable process. Sometimes, when we talk about resources, we wonder whether it should or should not be done. There's no doubt that it has to happen, and it will have a positive impact in terms of jobs, on the impact on the GDP, but it needs to be harnessed. It's necessary to speed up the constructive part, and if you reduce jobs in an area in which there are coal mines, say, the transition involves a geographic place and a generation. So the geographic, the temporal spheres need to be considered and managed, but also the mismatch of skills that needs to be dealt with. In the company, in the supplier system, well, we're working on training many people in our supplier system we don't often find the technical skills needed to resolve the technical issues that we're confronted with. A second fundamental point is that transition requires reorganizing the way in which we did things in the past, producing, distributing, and selling power, but also to incorporate in our production system all the skills and technologies that enable this transition. We cannot afford to go from a dependency on the generation of power to that on of sources. So we need to incorporate skills. We're talking about the production of photovoltaic panels, of solar panels, the production of batteries, that they're recycling the second life of many of these components. We're just at the beginning. Companies and institutional systems now need to approach in a realistic manner and hastily to take the first steps because the acceleration is very fast. Thank you. Simone Mori mentioned the mismatch more than once. Maurizio De Cicco, when I read this figure, I was really thrown off guard because Roche invests almost $1 million a year in training, which is almost more than it invests in the sales sphere. The mismatch between skills available on the market and those you're looking for is quite significant for you. So what does it mean? Let me ask you directly. What does the professional growth within Roche mean? And can you help us to understand the difference between vertical and horizontal growth? Thank you. Good morning to all, and thank you for inviting me to Talent Garden. In the company, I know that I have been fighting against an idea. Lack of competence and skills for many becomes a value today. And I think that that is the greatest poison that has spread in Italy and from Italy. Together with my colleagues and I decided to invest much more in training than in marketing because they are the people who make the difference and they are the people who are the true capital and legacy of an organization. So I believe that our investment today has brought some very important results. When you talk about pharmaceuticals, inevitably you speak about innovation. And when we talk about innovation, we're talking about research. We heard about the cost of research. A company like Roche invests every year 47 million in research and development. At HQ, 13.7 billion, almost 3 times what the country spends in research, is invested in training. So that just gives you a sense of how committed we are to this. And people feel very much part of the development of the country, the growth of the country, because we feel that a pharmaceutical company mustn't just sell drugs, but rather it should create opportunities to create a partnership with the system and with the country. So indeed, we are sort of shifting the paradigm, which for us means to believe in this future partnership between public and private spheres. And so just to give, to lend meaning to the work that is being done by all our colleagues, we've somehow changed the paradigm for the growth of personnel. When you join LinkedIn, you go on LinkedIn, you read, I have 10 people reporting under me, I deal with this, I have a certain budget available. I think that that model is a little taken. It's old. At a time when networks are important, the development of skills, a network of skills is so important. We've decided to focus on a horizontal growth in terms of skills. People who join Roche, who are selected by us, must be people who are capable of networking, of being part of the network, of inventing themselves over and over again to develop their skills laterally, and they grow, of course, also in economic terms, but in terms of visibility, of experience abroad. Nowadays, there's no longer a need to travel from one country to another in order to grow, because you can be responsible for an important part of the development of a company whilst staying at home, really. And this has really changed the paradigm. Of course, as long as we have companies that assess or rate companies, rather, based on the scores, Town Watson, take what you have in terms of responsibility, people in leadership, the budget that you manage, or the language skills, and they draw up an economic package for you. Now, instead, things have changed. It is the lateral development that will allow people to grow also within a company. And in your biography speaks volumes to this, how you grew within Roche. Thank you, Maurizio. Ferdinando. Engineering, for you, the digital transition is so important that you've included it in the number of your company, Engineering Transformation Information Company, so you can't get it wrong. I introduced you as the director of the academy. Since you have an academy, we're talking about an academy, I take it that having founded or established an academy, training is crucial for you. Also in terms of making up for this mismatch of skills. Can you tell me in 3 minutes what you do and what your goals are? Thank you. Please tell me when I have to stop, because I could speak forever. Yes, of course, I will warn you when your time's up. A mismatch of skills in our sector, which is a very high speed and highly innovative sector, is something that we grapple with on a daily basis. It's part of the DNA of those who work with innovation and of the work that I do. We create training paths and programs for all of our staff so that they can address the challenges posed by the digital transformation and the challenges that we'll be confronted with in the future. We need to be able to make forecasts. Making up for the mismatch means envisioning what will be necessary in the future, not tomorrow. So it's not just about, clicking on a video and listening to a speech. It's about building up skills that evolve and become operational capabilities in practical terms. The second aspect has to do with the ability to manage horizontal skills. So we have the technical skills on the vertical axis, and the others on the horizontal one. Consider what we've experienced as a result of the pandemic. Think about how the leadership model has changed, how teamwork with our people has changed. These are skills that we develop because the mismatch has to do with the people, and how far removed they are from a context which is rapid, volatile, ambiguous, complex, and that we somehow need to manage. Now, in talking about young people, juniors that join the company, the mismatch of technical skills is a stronger point because, of course, if year after year we work on update or on lifelong learning for all professional profiles, we manage the change, the transition, innovation. For all young people, there's a time or there's an entry point at which we need to try to build professional skills so that they can enter into or join the projects right away. We don't have time to do training on the job as was done in the past. And this is a very technical approach. We develop skills based on the possibility or so as to enable our young people to start working on the projects right away. And of course, there are many different categories and trades. The mismatch of skills is just as important as the mismatch of professional profiles. Today, we need to be very good when it comes to envisage the jobs and the profiles that will be necessary 5 years down the line. We see today that there's a great gap. We need to have people ready to join the projects. Well, thank you. We'll be able to take this up in the second round. I want to ask Mrs. Nicolaou, from the point of view of banks, the challenge is twofold because you have to train and retrain your staff. I know that you've announced a major hiring plan, but you need to also educate new clients. Oftentimes, our interfaces with our apps, with our cell phones. So how do you address this twofold challenge? Good morning. what should technology and digitization do? Well, technology and digital technology should work for all and should place people at the forefront. Two people or two reference clusters, our colleagues, our staff, and our customers. Intesa Sanpaolo has 21 million clients abroad, in general. What is going to happen in 2017? In 2017, our access to our app was used by 1.7 million people. Today, 8.1 million clients in Italy have access to our app. 4 billion plus on a daily basis. In 2017, we did not sell any banking products online, which has changed dramatically, of course. So what do these figures tell us? And what has our group done and what is it doing? First of all, we understand that the digital transition needs to be accompanied. We are a company that offers services to many clients, and so it is essential that digital technologies serve all. We need to provide our services to our clients in the best way possible for them. This means that they can have access to our services and consultancy services through our, traditional channels, branches, and the digital channels, which are available 24/7. Consider all the evolution that banks have had to embrace in order to be active 24/7. As for the staff, colleagues, the transition of technologies, well, the world of banks is changing dramatically. It's shifting from systems that were mainframe to cloud computing. Massimo Giordano spoke about Java, the training of young staff. Today, there are new languages of development. Python is one of them. We're rewriting a part of our IT system with the core banking, the very core of the bank, to identify a new technological solution entirely cloud-based, based on the Python language. You're about to finish. Yes, absolutely. Guidance of colleagues and people. 101,000 new professionals have been introduced. 8.4 million hours of training in the first 9 months of the year. We want to support both our staff and our clients in this change in mindset and in a general approach. Yes, I hope that we can have a second round. And I have one question, which is the same for all of you. In the course of this morning, many times the word talent was used in a very pertinent manner. But this word has made its way into our corporate lexicon and our family language, familiar language. But it has been perhaps abused. Can you tell me very briefly, very quickly, what talent means to you, what it is? Well, Ottavio Bianchi said this last night. The idea of Maradona, who worked more because in the end, just being very good was not enough. That's a great reference today. In our changing world, talent is the ability to combine the technological dimension and the humanistic dimension, the vertical and the horizontal axes, so that one can continue to learn how to work, to share one's skills. This requires a great change of us, of management, which must be capable of conveying its talent through its own story to talents who have a different story and who are capable of hearing different stories. For me, talent is the ability of combining very different dimensions. Thank you, Mauri De Cicco. I would say that talent implies the fact that when a person is placed in a different position than that occupied up until then is capable of bringing such results as to make the difference. So basically, somebody who's a midfielder can go into the goal. Yes, of course, if he can stop a ball, if he can catch a ball, of course, if he can protect the goal, of course, because he's capable of making the difference also if he is playing as a goalkeeper. And what about you? Well, talent is an aptitude, it's a characteristic, it's an inborn feature, it's unique and extraordinary. It is fluid. Talent it grows, is cultivated, develops, is enriched over time. But it also may happen that a talent is concealed and is lost and becomes dusty as a result of what happens. And since we work in training, we need to bring those talents to the fore, to dust them every now and then. I like that metaphor. Papa Nicolau, what does talent mean to you? I would add a few ingredients to what my colleagues said: curiosity, sideways thinking, resilience, flexibility, and great capability to collaborate and to listen. Thank you. Thank you all for listening. Thank you for telling us about your corporate experiences. The chairs will stay here because I'm going to hand the microphone over to Andrea Frolla. So you will be managing, or rather you will be facilitating the next panel and introducing our next guests. We will be broadening our view and we'll be discussing Europe. That's right.
Thank you, Eva. Hello, everyone. I too would like to welcome you. Welcome to our Future of Europe conference. I'd like to thank all those who are here in person, and I would like to thank all those who are following us via streaming. Now, we have been discussing about education without borders since yesterday, but I'd like to continue our discussion now. Let me ask Mattia De Grassi to join me here, Member of Cabinet of Dubravka-Sucha, Vice President of the European Commission for Democracy and Demography. Then we have Chiara Riondino, connected remotely, Head of Unit for Vocational Education and Training, Director General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion of the European Commission, and Monica Parella from the Luis Business School. So thank you very much and welcome. So education without borders. So let me start from Mattia De Grassi, because I would like to start from this specific conference on the future of Europe. This is a huge example of participatory democracy, because we have focused very much on listening, on being in a listening mode. And I think that we have broken with tradition. However, listening is not enough. Then we need to take action. So how can we translate our listening to European citizens into practical proposals, practical action? Well, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you also for having invited me, and I would like to thank you on behalf of the President of the European Commission for Democracy and Demography. Now, I must say that indeed we do have this huge participatory democracy exercise, the largest and greatest so far, with the involvement of citizens, especially the young, in all European regions, with many different initiatives, many different programs, many different proposals which were discussed at the European level and which have been translated into actual proposals, 49 of which were unveiled in last May. And as you stressed, compared to previous consultations, compared to previous listening exercises, the difference here is that this time European institutions, with the three presidents of the three key institutions, the Parliament, Commission, and the Council, have committed to listening to the citizens and to transform the viewpoints expressed into practical action. And so we are right in the middle of the follow-up phase following the initial proposals. And I must say that results have far exceeded our rosiest expectations. This promise that we made to our citizens was delivered. Every October, the Commission adopts a working program, and this year, 80% of the initiatives unveiled are directly or indirectly related to issues raised by citizens who responded to our Conference of Europe initiative. So do you continue participating in these events? Because thanks to your ideas, new proposals are actually given shape. Now, speaking of education, speaking of skills, this is a huge area. Which specific questions were addressed? Well, we did not have pre-established questions, which was, I think, one of the finest aspects of this initiative. There were 10 themes, one of which was education and skills. It was a very successful and popular theme, lots of contributions. We did focus on young people. 1/3 of participants in all panels was aged between 16 and 25. So a major focus on the young, but also great freedom of expression. And citizens, essentially, European citizens are asking for high quality and accessible education systems. And they want these systems to be homogeneous across Europe. Not only that, they want to have greater opportunities for exchange. I know my colleague will perhaps mention this. There are so many possibilities for this, for exchanges between citizens from different European countries. This is a very useful opportunity. It helps you grow. And then citizens wish to have more additional information on European Union membership, the benefits of being members of the European Union, the way in which funds are paid out, and the way in which the various European Union mechanisms function and work, so that they too can be heard and have a voice, have a say. And then President von der Leyen said the next years will be devoted to skills. So Talent Garden is acting as a forerunner here, because the skills year will start next January, so we can all start thinking about this. It's going to be a wonderful year full of opportunities and initiatives. In January, the European Union Commission will issue a communication on talent, how talent can be developed across Europe in all regions without having a competition which is impoverishing certain regions to the benefit of others. We want all European Union regions to be able to benefit from new opportunities stemming from digital transition. This transition can indeed offer many opportunities, but if you do not have the talent, if you do not have the right skills, they cannot be seized in the best possible way. So this is a major opportunity next year, and I will urge you to continue following up on what we do in Europe, and let us have your proposals. Now, Chiara Riondino, yesterday and this morning too, we have mentioned the importance of digital skills. They can act as a lever to improve the competitiveness of single countries and of the European Union as a whole. So what is the European Union Commission doing? Well, the European Commission is doing a lot. It would be impossible to give you an exhaustive list of what we do in just a couple of minutes. Perhaps I can mention just a few initiatives. For example, the European Agenda for Skills, or the Plan of Action for Digital Training that we have adopted in 2020, and that we are pushing forward with a number of actions. There are two key strategies. Never stop learning, always learn, be a lifelong learner. And in the case of digital skills, we must all keep abreast with the technological progress. This is even more true for those who are experts, those who are professionals in this sector. Then we need to improve the situation at regional and local level. We want schools, civil society, companies to all join forces and contribute effectively. We heard one of the previous speakers mention cross-fertilization. We do want to overcome barriers separating us so that we can come together. And then we can do all sorts of fine things at the European level, but education must be provided at the local level. So we've had a very intensive dialogue throughout 2022 with the 27 member countries precisely to try and accelerate the development of new skills together with social partners, with training institutes, and thanks to this dialogue we are now working on 2 specific draft recommendations that will be discussed next year, focusing on the offering of training and infrastructure and access. We heard of the democratic potential of new technologies because now it is possible to have access to top-notch university curricula, top-notch university courses thanks to the technology that is available to us. But unfortunately, this technology is not available to all. And also, we need to have the language skills. If we wanted to attend remotely courses offered by prestigious universities, you probably need to know English very well. So we need to update curricula, we need to motivate our teachers, train and appreciate and motivate our teachers, and then infrastructures and facilities. We can have the best curricula in the world, but if we do not have good access, we will not go very far. I will stop here because I know that time is running out. You mentioned the schools. Well, this is the magical word when we speak of skills. Schools includes tertiary institutes, secondary schools. What is, you think, the most complex challenge, the most difficult challenge for the whole European education system? Well, there are 2 challenges. The urgency of change. We need innovative solutions quickly, and cooperation is the second challenge. We cannot act as separate silos. Real life is not made up by distinct and separate silos, so we must cooperate more. For example, we have professional centers for excellence, and we are all aware of these examples because this is where virtual reality, immersive reality is being experimented to provide the training. New technologies and new machineries are placed at the disposal of students, but not just students, also small and medium enterprises who may be placed locally. And this is also an excellent way of bringing together the job market and students are being trained, or adults who are being reskilled. Monica, there is a mismatch which is a pervasive problem, and we've been discussing about the problem of mismatch in Italy for such a long time. So where do you think we can act in order to find a solution once and for all to solve this problem? Well, it's a very complex and ample theme. There is something I'd like to focus on. Yes, skills mismatch. We find this in businesses, we find it in education. Students are being trained today for jobs which do not exist yet. So there is going to be a mismatch in the future, but there is a point I wish to make. We do need to be concerned about this. Italy lags behind in all European rankings. We are making up for lost time, but we are still lagging behind. This is a problem which affects people already employed. It affects all the more those who are unemployed, or worse still, unemployable. So this is something which we need to consider. But let me speak of the public administration. We have this huge mismatch with specific reference to public administration in Italy, and we need to take care of this. Otherwise, we shall all lose out. And we have, and if any company does not invest in its human capital, it will soon become obsolete and be replaced by other companies. So market forces help businesses, companies go in the right direction, but market forces are helpless and powerless when it comes to public administration. So the public administration must be guided and helped to invest in its human capital. So we can use the resilience plan, the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. There are so many funds which are available for reskilling and for training. So we must start by using these funds, and then there is going to be this communication from the European Commission expected next year. And I know that this is going to be of help for private individuals, for schools, for universities, for businesses, so that they too can benefit from these European Union initiatives. But as I said, let's start from the resources that we do have. Let's start by identifying and mapping the skills which exist within the public administration. We are already doing this, and then at this point, we are trying to find the best possible tools to fill this gap, this skills shortage. So we need to map first to identify exactly how, to which extent the skills are lacking and missing, and then we need to develop ad hoc training program which is designed precisely to fill this gap. And in our country, we do have quite a few flaws. We do not have diffuse digital leadership. We have very low levels of digital leadership. Well, there is a very low level of leadership in general. Some companies are feeling actually threatened, or some managers in some companies are feeling threatened by these new developments. So business schools, I think, need to train future managers differently. In my business school, I focus on labor organization together with digital technology. There is no labor organization today without digital technology. So all the resources we have in private and public organizations should be used to reorganize the way in which they work, starting from the top management, from their management teams, and then in a trickle-down way, this will trigger a virtuous change. Already, we can see that people come to the office, they find paper in their organizations, in their office, and yet in their everyday life, in their personal life, they never use paper. It's all paperless, it's all technology-oriented. So companies must be able to adapt to these changes which are already here with us in our everyday life. So public administration too, government offices too, must keep pace with these changes, with this evolution. So we're going to invest in digital services, digital provision of public services. Before closing, women's work in the digital universe. We don't just have the problem of skills mismatch, we also have a gender gap problem. Yes, indeed, we have a huge problem in Italy. 50%, over 50% of women are not employed, and we have the lowest women's employment levels in Europe, in the whole of the European Union. So we have a huge problem, and there are some sectors where women are absent altogether. The problem starts with education. STEM subjects are not taught to women, or women are present. And unfortunately, notwithstanding the growing trend in some sectors, for example, biology or medicines, where a growing number of women are now present, other scientific areas where women are present, notwithstanding these signs of improvement, women are still absent from the fields of engineering and digital. In Europe, girls, teenagers account for 3% of the total number of students, which is very low. In Italy, we have an even lower percentage, and women do not see a future for them in the area of digital technology, while instead this is precisely where the future of employment lies. Even girls with good amounts are not attracted by digital technologies because they are not confident, they are insecure, and they are not helped by schools, by the education they receive at school. They are not led to labs, for example. They are not given on-hand experience in labs. So it's important to change our school curricula, to change the way in which science and maths are taught at school, and this is going to give greater confidence to our girls, and it is crucial. It isn't just a question of gender gap. Our companies need women's talents. So thank you very much, Chiara Riondino, for having joined us, Mattia De Grassi, Monica Parella. A round of applause for our panelists. You can leave the stage. And now we have Gianpaolo Cueva.
Grazie.
Ci possiamo...
The interpreter apologizes, but the speaker's microphone is not on. I would like to thank Talent Garden for inviting me to participate in your proceedings, and especially for contributing to the Conference on the Future of Europe and also to the dissemination of its conclusions, or should I say, to be more precise, of its results, not conclusions, because that was exactly how the then President of the European Parliament, David Sassoli, had imagined it, an endeavor, a discussion, a participation on the part of citizens, men and women of companies, that doesn't simply end on a given day, but continues. Just as ongoing is the process of European integration, its ability to adapt in its institutional form and policies to the needs of its citizens, of its businesses, of the present and also of the future. A future that we are able to perceive not through magic rituals, but also through work and entrepreneurial training experiences such as yours. It often happens, unfortunately, that everyday life imposes itself upon us at the expense of the time to come. It happens with unexpected crises or even with expected ones. It was so with the pandemic crisis. It is so today with the energy and international crisis with the conflict in Ukraine. We focus, even rightly so, on the emergency, on the relevance of immediate needs. It couldn't be otherwise. And yet, I think that a strong, a capable policy, a resilient business, a successful idea is one that looks at opportunities that can be imagined as well as immediate needs. To a large extent, in the years and months behind us, Europe has been capable of this, and this is what Next Generation EU is all about. So was the Future of Europe conference. It's a push for comprehensive reforms of the institutional architect in its every sphere, in every sphere of work in which the European citizens are involved on a daily basis, and in particular the relationship between the major transitions that we are going through and accompanying, and training and education within a framework of ever faster and ever larger connections is one such area, is perhaps the most significant one. Sometimes when I hear about digital transition or about ecological transition, what seems to escape is a detail without which, however, the entire endeavor, the entire effort loses its meaning. These are transitions aimed at the well-being of humankind, the well-being of men and women who work, who study, who do business, who implement ideas, and who connect. And any major technological revolution in human history has left many people on the sidelines for very long periods of time. These revolutions have generated progress only when they then became within the reach of all. Such was the case in these last 3 decades of very profound technological transformation. We wouldn't want the next 30 years to be quite so. Your experience of sharing of knowledge, of physical space and human relations and work experience intersects perfectly, I believe, with this new need. And incidentally, I've found it very valuable that these experiences have spread in our South. These experiences that look to the future in the same direction that Europe looks to after the conference, reforming its own space, it's the way it works, with a view to a greater and greater sharing, a sharing that is not just fair, but also useful, so that it may function ever better and may represent more adequately the needs of its citizens. A parliament that is a keystone of the institutional arc, because it's necessary for the citizens who cast their votes to find in it representation and decision-making, a foreign and common defense policy, because that is common, because alone no one can withstand a conflict in this world. We need to overcome the logic of vetoes because the world goes too fast and can't simply afford to wait for the 27 countries that make up our home to come to an agreement. A Europe that may address the major technological and digital transformations that we are experiencing, and that includes also those who are more at the sidelines, stepping up the opportunity for training and education, which alone can help to bring everybody on board. Our continent has all the instrument it needs to compete in a world in which knowledge truly has a very important value, an added value. If I were to use an old expression, but which is still very effective in conveying the idea. So we need to share these instruments that they may multiply and be available to all. And this is quite a challenge, but I am sure that the conference has no doubt brought about some significant changes. So thank you all for this opportunity, and I wish you the very best in your work. We thank Mrs. Picerno, Vice President of the European Parliament. And I would say that, as Picerno mentioned, in Europe, there is a risk to leave too many people on the sidelines during transitions. The next speaker will address precisely this point. She'll tell us about how reskilling or upskilling, or call it what you will, may take into account the social implications of all transitions. I look forward to give the floor to Diva Tomei from DG Digital. Thank you. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. Good morning, everyone. Today, I will speak to you pretend you didn't see that. I will be talking to you about the European challenge represented by reskilling and upskilling in digital training. This is a challenge which needs to be taken on board by Europe, and it needs to broaden its horizons in order to do so, so as to establish a system and to create a system that is inclusive. I will begin by telling you about what EIT Digital is all about. It's an organization. It's a knowledge and innovation community called KIC of the EIT. We focus on everything that is that has to do with digital tech, and we focus on 5 technological thematic areas, which you can see to the left. We conduct all of our activities and projects through a very large ecosystem of all partners that have a similar approach to digital innovation and training. We have offices across Europe, more than 18, and one in Silicon Valley. Our mission is to help to build up a strong and competitive Europe through based on 3 fundamental values: inclusivity, justice, and sustainability. EIT Digital is based on 2 fundamental pillars: innovation and training, which we know are closely connected. There can be no innovation without training, as we see more and more, and as we have seen more and more in these past years. If we look at formation, education, and training, well, we focus primarily on educating new or training new digital talents. We begin from universities onwards. We have a master school that focuses on training students who want to specialize in a deep tech subject matter. Then we have a professional school which speaks to young professionals and senior managers as well as executives in order to give them to provide them with an upskilling and reskilling in areas that they're not familiar with and they need to be updated on. Now, going all of this always in connection or going back to our ecosystem, the contents are created with the partners of our network and are disseminated through them also. One of the initiatives that we focused on in these past years was the Makers and Shapers initiative. We launched this initiative in 2020, and it has to do, or it involves a dialogue between these 2 categories: the makers, industry experts, and shapers, in other words, institutions, policymakers, those who make policies. And these dialogues have generated reports that we've published over the months. The most recent one has to do with the future of education for digital skills. And basically, it addresses the investments, talks about the investments that we need to continue to make in order to reach the targets set by the European Digital Compass. The latter sets its targets for 2030, so we have a few years left to achieve these 3 objectives that have been set by Europe. 80% of the adult population with basic digital skills, 20 million employed digital specialists working in the EU, and as has been underscored more than once this morning, a gender balance, activities and efforts aimed towards providing training and education to both men and women. The figures in orange are the targets that we're going to be reaching if we proceed at the speed that we are that we have at this time. If we do so, we will fall short. We won't be able to reach the targets. So basically, the report addresses 3 points and speaks to 3 points in particular. The first has to do with the need to modernize and update the public education systems from primary schools to universities. Our teachers and our courses need to be updated because young people must be able to have access a digital toolbox very early on, a toolbox that they can go back to and update throughout the course of their educational career. Another fundamental point is the private offering of digital education initiatives and offerings. So far, they're not very updated. They address the same target audience, but it's necessary to simplify and to coordinate these programs. And the third point has to do with the pan-European digital skills initiatives underway today. They need to be orchestrated, as it were. They need to be coordinated in such a way that the initiatives, together with the networks and ecosystems dialogue, and contribute towards accomplishing the goals and targets of the digital compact. The Gateway project is going to be initiated as of next year. As Commissioner Gabriel said this morning, the blended programs will be provided by many operators across Europe, of which EIT is going to be one. Now, back to the digital compass. How can we reach these targets? In July of 2021, and Commissioner Gabriel underscored the launch of the innovation agenda, which is based on 5 fundamental points. The one highlighted in yellow is what the Commissioner referred to, and it is what we, as EIT Digital and the rest of the IT team, are focusing on. The training, in other words, of 1 million new deep tech talents by 2030. It is a huge target, which, however, is essential in order to see to it that this 1 million talents that have received a training and education will then stay in Europe. And work for companies that need ever more skilled and specialized staff. EIT Digital has started an initiative or a process or a scheme called a D Academy. It's an intelligent platform on which we upload all of the courses that we've developed with our partners. We make them available to a huge range of adults, an adult population ranging from 16 to 70 years of age. So we don't focus on any one age category in particular. The platform has an AI engine that allows to match the demand and the supply in order to follow a certain career, a certain training program, a certain upskilling or reskilling process. The machine will suggest, or the platform rather, will suggest the courses that best fit the needs. This is not something that we came up with overnight. It took us several years to develop it. We have been operational for about 10 years, and we are currently uploading all of the courses that we developed over the years. Our vision is to be the leading platform in the European Union for reskilling citizens in the digital sphere. The themes will be artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and semiconductors. These are the areas that the platform will be focusing on to develop also the soft skills, power technical and technical skills, so as to provide a thorough training on the vertical and on the horizontal axis, so as to best be suited to fit into the society, the companies. We will be working on quantum and post-quantum, but that's part of the future. And so I'll leave you with this last slide, asking you to join us, to collaborate with us in any way. Thank you, Yves Tomé, for your slides and for telling us about the great work that is being done in this sense by the Commission. The next speech will be delivered by Janov Jortmund, Ambassador of Sweden and Italy, but not just that, because before doing this, you did something else. You were the equivalent of our education minister. We know that Sweden is an educational model in many respects, but it also ranks first in Europe when it comes to innovation. So it will be interesting to hear how these two aspects intertwine in your country. Thank you.
Buongiorno. Mi chiamo.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I am the Swedish ambassador to Italy. I am studying Italian, but I need to address you in English because my Italian is not adequate as yet.
How many of you, I will wait for your translation, how many of you uses or have heard of Spotify? Okay, almost all of you. Me too. Spotify was invented by Daniel Ek in Sweden 15 or 16 years ago, and it's a Swedish company today worldwide. How many of you have used or know about Skype? Okay, all of you, thank you. Skype was invented by Niklas Sennström in Sweden 20 years ago and is still a Swedish company. Bluetooth was invented by the big Swedish Ericsson Telecom company. Ericsson, by the way, is today leading when it's about building 5G in Italy. I was in Sweden now for 3 days. I arrived yesterday evening. It was snowing, and windy at the same time. So the snow didn't come from the side, and it was 30 centimeters in Stockholm yesterday. So it's wonderful to come here. But when I am in Sweden, there is a new phenomenon since maybe 5 years back. We don't use cash anymore. We are not a part of the Eurozone, maybe you know, but so we have our own old currency, the krona, the crowns, but we never use them. We never use them anymore. All payment, and a lot of shops, most of the shops and restaurants in Stockholm say we don't accept cash. And even if you pay by credit cards, you are a little bit old-fashioned today. You pay by the mobile phone with different services, whatever you want to buy. So I start with these examples because Sweden has now been ranked as #1 when it comes to innovation in Europe. I think #2 in the worldwide ranking when it comes to innovation. And I and my colleagues all over the world are asked, how do you do it? How come? And I am invited everywhere, and that's why I suppose I'm invited here to tell you. And I have one answer. I don't know. I don't know. And there is a longer answer on that. I don't have a clue. But there is, of course, an alternative answer on that also. And I can speculate a little bit about the factors. And some of them are unique for our country, and some of them maybe are also comparable to other countries. But I will give you 5 different aspects which I believe are important when it comes to this, when it comes to create an innovative climate. And it's not some sort of, you don't have to be a magic. Everything I will tell you, you already know, I think. But there are aspects, at least, that are important, I think. First of all, Sweden deregulated the telecom market earlier than all other European countries in the late 80s, early 90s. That means that in the telecom market has been very regulated by governments. There have been big monopoly companies owned by these governments. And the old one here in Italy is, of course, Telecom Italia and so on. But there are, in all countries, there are these companies. They are owned by the government. They have a monopoly. There are a lot of regulations and restrictions have been everywhere, in Sweden as well. But Sweden decided to deregulate the whole market, and that is a precondition for developing innovative climate. If you have a lot of regulations and obstacles, there is no innovation. And the more regulations, the less innovation. That's the first thing. The second thing, and that is also no magic about it, no matter how wonderful ideas people can have, if it's not possible to start companies in an easy way and do business of that idea. if there are high taxes on companies, if there are a lot of bureaucracy, if you have a lot of regulations and laws which are making difficult to employ people and also maybe change the staff if you want to. If you have that sort of system, it's more difficult. Sweden deregulated a lot in the 90s and early 20s, and even today, a deregulation phase on the labor market. And that has been very important. Because when it comes to these sort of companies, it's not about a lot of people standing by a machine and pushing on a button. It's not about that. It's everything about what people have here. And if you have the wrong staff, you are out of business. It's very, very easy, these innovation companies. So you have to have a liberal labor market in some way when it comes to these sort of companies. That's the third. The fourth condition is that you invest a lot in research. Sweden today invests 3% of the GDP. I think we are the highest in Europe in research and development every year. 1% by government funding, 2% by the companies. So all these companies, Ericsson, Klarna, all of them, not only in the digital sector, but they invest a lot, also the car manufacturers, Volvo and so on, invest a lot in research and development. That is also important because the ideas come from there. And the fifth factor is the school, the educational system. And I think, I don't know but I suppose it has to be important. It's about finding a mix between an old-fashioned school, where you give priority to the teachers really teaching the students all the time, but also a model in school where students, when they get teenagers at least, have to take more responsibility in the school for themselves, for their studies, and to discuss and to argue with the teachers and the professors, and have that sort of climate in the school system. And I think we got some sort of mix in our. Now I'm Minister for Education and Research for 8 years, so I'm a little bit responsible. Someone would say I'm biased when I say it, but I think we have found a mix between these sort of schools, which really give the students the knowledge, but also promote some sort of creativity and innovation climate in the schools. So these factors are the key factors, I think, for becoming an innovation nation. But there is no exact truth in this. You know, a complex development, what are the aspects, why was it happening? It's not, you can hear on other Swedes telling another fact, but this is what I believe, having seen this wonder and having been in Swedish government for 8 years, I think these are the key factors behind that Swedish is #1 in the innovation score. What for the future? I would say we have in Europe we have, it's hot in here. I can see you, it's very hot, caldo, that's very strange because caldo is cold, it's not the same. No, it's very strange. But nicer than in Stockholm right now, anyhow, I can say. Two things in Europe right now are important, I think. First of all, we have always competed, for 100 years, Europe has competed with United States when it comes to innovation, industry, economy. Today, we're also competing with China, Asia, new competitors. In the future, we'll also compete with southern part of Africa, which has a rising development really, really quick. They are not competitors right now, but they will be in the future, believe me. We are very happy that people in India, in China, and in all other countries are now wealthier. They can have more food for their children and so on. We are happy about that. But we have to think about the competitiveness for Europe. It's important for us to be competitive. We want also our children and next generations in Europe to be as successful as we have been. And second, we can only do that if we cooperate in Europe. That's the tragic of Europe. When we are 40 countries which not cooperate with each other, we only create problems. When we cooperate, we can be so strong. Competitiveness and cooperation is what it's all about for the future. Thank you for listening to me.
Grazie. Grazie, ambasciatore.
Thank you.
Buon lavoro.
Thank you, Ambassador. I would now like to welcome the last keynote speaker before our final
roundtable followed by lunch. So I'd like to invite Anke Gayenthal to step on the stage. Welcome. She's Senior Vice President of a Dutch multinational, which for many years has been dealing with selecting and training staff. So we would like to hear what she can tell us in the light of her huge experience on the front of the mismatch of demand and supply, but also in terms of bridging the gender gap, which she will tell us much more about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. And today I am going to talk to you about digital skills and some really good research that has been published recently, which is interesting for you all to see. But I want to start with just sharing my personal story. I was born in Amsterdam, and I lived throughout my teenage years in the US. When I returned to the Netherlands, I was about 18 years old, and I had to decide what to study. I wanted to do something mathematical, solve some complex solutions, but I wanted everything to be in English, all my books. And that's why I chose computer science. So, I get to the auditorium, first day, I look, and I am in shock. 200 men, 6 women. Oh my goodness. The girl who I just met at the coffee corner sat next to me, and we looked across the room. I won't go into details, but it's like this gaming look. And the girl said, "I'm not going to study here. This is an awful environment." She left the same week. I stayed. I graduated in robotics and artificial intelligence. Little did I know that that would be high in demand. When we would go to a student party and somebody would ask, "Hey, nice to meet you. What are you studying?" I would say, "Computer science." And they'd say, "Ooh." It was the image. It was not only a bad image, it was like a weird image. We had to deal with it. I learned later 25% of my class graduated, and I am convinced those 75%, a lot of them left due to the image, due to the surroundings we were in. I started my career in IT and management consultancy. And the great news was more women, 10%, which at the time I thought, woo, that's a lot more. That's crazy, actually. What I felt was the greatest is that we had people with different educational backgrounds that would help our customers, that we are solving digitization problems with different educational backgrounds, like from finance, design, or communication. It really helped us to solve customer problems by looking at things from different perspectives. After my consultancy time, I joined Randstad, which is now 20 years ago. And basically I help Randstad customers to help them with their specialized talent solutions. And I can tell you, often our customers are dealing with technical scarcities across the globe, which is of course close to my heart. And also with my personal story, I try to convince more women to pursue a career in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, because I still think it's still the image that we're dealing with. So today, I would want to share with you actually the facts, right? I like mathematics, so 2 great research reports came out. One of them, first from the OECD, has really deep insights about the digital transition. 10 key markets in Europe were researched, and the basic outcome is technology is being embraced by entire industries, from healthcare, manufacturing, etc. You all know this, right? Either to cut costs, or improve efficiencies, or innovate, all these type of things. The main question is, what does that do for jobs? And evidence in this report shows that there will be 85 million could be likely displaced by 2025 due to implementing technologies. But those are mainly jobs that require repetitive tasks or mundane tasks. When we look at the positive side, 100 million new jobs will be created due to technology. And that is important. That's what we need to remember. The outcome is overwhelmingly positive. the research report also gives some practical answers, and I've heard a lot of you say we need to be skilling. It really says we really need to do that focused and targeted to specific groups. So if you look at, first of all, what does the big data say? For example, advertising sales agents, it looks like those jobs will be diminished by 18%. When we look into digital marketing specialist roles, those jobs are likely to increase by 22%. So companies can look at what are the similarities between those type of roles, because there's a huge amount of skill overlap in these type of jobs. And so then we should offer our colleagues a retraining plan in specific, for example, in this case, provide them web analytics and online marketing information. And fourth, and this is also crucial, I know from personal experience, if you transition into a role within a company, you should treat those people just as newcomers. Make sure there's a proper induction program, that they are introduced, and that management regularly checks in with them, make sure that the next step is truly what they want. Second, research that was conducted by Randstad has a little bit of a broader scope. 26 markets from the Americas, Europe, and Asia Pacific were investigated. And I'm just deeply impressed by what the team did. Millions and millions of job postings, worker profiles were investigated, and they looked into things like what's the supply, what's the demand, what is compensation, what's gender diversity, what is educational background, what is industry sector. All these details, 150 pages, I recommend really to read all. And with all the terms and phrases in these postings and profiles, they come up with a top 10 list every year. And this is the top 10 list of highest in demand skill clusters. Look at the top 7 on this list. It's all digital skills. That's outrageous when we think about it. This is the sense of urgency that, of course, the reason why we are having a conference like this. But I look at that list and I look at number 1. And I think about that girl 35 years ago that sat next to me and could have graduated in artificial intelligence just like me. What opportunities did she miss? So the list makes me a little bit sad as well. But good news, there's a whole bunch of information in this report. Things like how do you actually map the highest in-demand skill clusters to the skills that are being asked? I heard one of the previous speakers, Python. Yeah, you can see that. It really helps employers as well as talent to look into what type of skills do I need to train myself in. So again, I recommend to read the reports. It's extremely insightful. Things that raise my eyebrows. AI, machine learning roles have the highest share of remote. 25% of those jobs are asked more to do on a remote basis. And of course, this opens up the opportunity, if being highest in demand, we can do these things remote. The IT sector actually employs the majority of IT skills in the US. Well, what if you are not in the IT sector and you'd like to attract tech talent? You really need to have a good employee value proposition. But there's good news, right? 20% of the business intelligence specialists actually don't have a IT or computer science background, and 16% of UI UX designers also come with a design background. So there's lots of hope, lots of detail, but again, women still as low as 15% in the digital skills area. We really should make sure that that does not happen anymore. I hear a lot of the trainers here say we need to train on soft skills, and I'm very happy that you consider that. Cloud engineers are expected to grow tremendously, right? 100% growth of these jobs over the next 5 years. However, when we look and deep dive into those job profiles, they all ask teamwork, critical thinking, but it's like over-asking this super scarce group. Let's think about getting these people first into a cloud engineering role and training them while on the job, making it a more smooth ride, because it's way too difficult. All right, so from these research reports, Randstad has, let's say, 4 key takeaways that I can definitely recommend. First of all, prioritize learning at all learning stages in your career. And I've personally had the opportunity, I've been with the company for 20 years, right? I moved from IT into sales, into finance, and that is super important, that we all do that. Cisco has had, let's say, the world's largest corporate social responsibility program. They trained more than 12 million people in 180 countries over the last 20 years. That's amazing. We need more. We need more of that. Second of all, let's shape the policy to encourage those studies of the future. I think about my class, only 25% graduated. Did the others know? Were there any incentives to stay? Were they guided when they made the decision, let's just leave, I don't like it here? We should not allow that to happen. We should make sure that people know what they need to do, what they need to train themselves in to prepare themselves for the future. And then third of all, we need to embrace this new social contract with employees. When we look into our Randstad Work Monitor, which we do yearly, we interview 10,000 employees and we ask them, what do you want? And they all say, I want a more empathetic employer. Okay, great. So all these companies are setting up wellness programs and all sorts of work-life balances, which is fantastic, which is surely what talent needs. But we also need to make talent understand that those type of programs are quite costly, and do they actually do what you want on the long run? Like I said, the reason I stayed with Randstad, because I was able to broaden my skills, develop myself internationally. That's the reason why I stayed, not because we had an online yoga class. So I'm not critical of those programs, but I do think there needs to be a conversation within your company, management and employees. What do you really want? What makes you stay? And fourth and final, flexible really is the status quo. We all learned during the pandemic to be able to work remote, but also towards flexible schedules. And that gives us a huge opportunity for the future. So I conclude by sending you these QR codes of these two reports. Again, loads and loads of data specific to geography, specific to industry sectors that I recommend for you all to read and make a more targeted approach towards this digital skills training that is needed. And personally, I think these reports are so much in line with my personal story. Digital skills are prevailing and will in the future. Learning is not a one-time thing. You need to do that throughout your career, throughout your life. That's super important. Women should have an equitable position in any company, in any skill cluster, and digital is just no exception. And companies really should embrace the diversity, the flexibility that comes with today's modern world. So I'm convinced we can all do this. Employers, entrepreneurs, educational institutions, governments, but also employees. The future is bright. Thank you.
Anka Gaia and Tan, grazie mille. Thanks so much.
And this final challenge between you and the sun, which is beating down on us, I'm going to invite to the stage Sara Bonfioli, Chief Marketing Officer of Talent Garden. Sara, I hand the microphone and the stage over to you. You and your guests will focus on the topic of designing the learning experience, which is really quite interesting. Very good morning.
We are going to talk about some of the key focus points that we should think about when trying to design a disruptive learning experience. And we are going to do it with three people that I'm going to call on the stage now. First one is Simone Lattanzi, co-founder and CEO of Creative Harbor. Welcome. Diane Len, founder and CEO of We Are Peers. Welcome, Diane. Thank you. And Matteo Penzo, co-founder and CEO of ZikLearn. Welcome. So, Diane, I'm going to start right from you. So, a according to your model, when we do education, and education is done by peers collectively, it's more useful and impactful. Can you tell us a little bit more about your experience with this?
So when I created my company, a big bank wrote me on the internet after reading one of my articles on Harvard Business Review about how to transform the training into peer-to-peer learning. And they had a big challenge. Their advisors, their bank advisors, some of them were performing super well and the other not at all. And they tried everything. They asked the expert, okay, can you try to write your knowledge on a presentation? And after 3 months, there were no word written. The experts had no idea what made them good at. Because do you know that 70% of the human knowledge is tacit? It's invisible. It's like a treasure no one can access. So we did. We extracted this treasure. We made them teach each other, advisors to advisors. So instead of the top-down teacher model, we gather a group of peers who feel a safe space to share. And we give them a very specific framework of questions using appreciative inquiry. It's a method backed by science and 20 years of research, and it helps to transform behaviors very effectively. It's like they're in groups and they're journalists interviewing each other and recording each other's very effectively. After 1 hour or 2 hours, you have hundreds of pages of their knowledge. And this knowledge has been used by managers because managers can coach them better, and also this content is used to create new online learning content and very personalized. And after 6 months, one of the team was the least performing and went to the top performing. And I think most importantly is that people want more. They want to share more with each other because they feel really like helped and not trained. They feel the same languages and they just feel like equal, not like inferior or superior. So I'm just telling you here that there is a way today to access the best knowledge of everyone in a group from 10 to 100 or 200 in a very short time, in few hours, with very little preparation. And this way is possible today with this method. And it's not only like the advisor banker community. We did that with 100 communities, trainers, with teachers communities, and also with management communities. And we got the same result. So I invite you, next time you sit in front of a peer, to realize that there is a potential treasure of knowledge behind this, and to ask the question, to be appreciative toward the life experience. And more than that, if you want to create a learning community, I invite you also to write us on the wearepeers.com, because there is so much to do in this peer learning space.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Diane. I will definitely follow your advice. Now, Simone, we just learned from Diane how important it is the trust in the person who delivers education or training in this case. What about the environment? And specifically, what can you tell us that you learn from bringing people in amazing location we are all jealous about to do education?
Intanto buongiorno a tutti e io le parlerò.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to speak in Italian so that you can follow me better. I'll answer starting from the last part of your question, which I believe has two key points, groups of people and places. Today, nowadays, these two issues are crucial, are at the core of both the corporate and individual plans. And I'll start from places. Post-pandemic, well, from the pandemic onwards, we have been able to experience new approaches to work and to life that have enabled us to take a distance from urban settings and come into contact with nature much more than we did in the past. Going back to strategies typical of the 80s, you know, tapping into or leveraging on the relationship between man and nature so as to enhance well-being and therefore creativity and productivity. Now, with us, this is really crucial. We have locations in every part of the world, in Tenerife, Puglia, many different places. We bring 10, 15 professionals there who are given the opportunity to step out of their comfort zone from their daily routine and open up their minds. And by so doing, they are much more sensitive to external outputs. And this becomes a growth, a driver of growth for oneself and for others. It shows that when a group is placed in a suitable setting, can really make the difference. And places would be empty spaces without people. It is people who give value to the places in which we live, and of course, people are at the center. In Creative Harbor, we take about 10 or 12 or 10, 20, 15 professionals who don't know each other, and they step in as Mario and they leave as Super Mario without needing books, without needing mentors, because it is the strength of the group inserted in this context becomes a driver for growth for all individuals. At the basis of this growth is co-learning and training approach that is not based on the presence of a mentor who delivers information to individuals. It is the group that promotes growth amongst all, and the experience of one becomes the experience of all. And this is really essential. And of course, all of this needs to be measured. How can we measure the fact that a group of people placed in a suitable context can increase their well-being and performance? Well, figures and numbers help us out here. In our experiences, we ask our customers 15 days after that experience to give us a qualitative feedback to measure the impact that the experience has had on them, whether they feel that a change at post-experience, and what factors, if any, have brought about this change. Well, numbers are important. 89% of the people who attend our harbors have a sense of a very strong change in various different areas, the main one being how they regard the balance between family and work life in their own life. And of this 89%, 84% attributes to the group, well, sees the group as the main factor of change. So what we've learned as a startup is that when we place a suitable group of people in a suitable place, magical things can happen. I say this also in relation to companies. There are companies that have trouble attracting and retaining talents, who struggle in conveying a common vision, common corporate vision to their people. Today, in such a fast and complex situation, it's important to come up with specific programs, suited ad hoc programs in ad hoc settings to promote a sense of belonging. To do this, however, you need to take people out of their daily context, take them out of their daily routine, and so we work a lot for companies. It's not just about team building a group of people who engages in activities in nature, but there's a lot of training which is combined with experience, and this is really a very important, significant combination which has a very powerful impact on the teams who take home these dynamics, the new dynamics that arose in the experience, and the impact on the business is huge. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so Matteo, we just heard about two key points. One was who delivers the training and how this training is delivered, and the second one was where and what is the environment. There is one more point that we need to touch, which is time, which I think is key. So my question for you is, how do you think companies can make times for employees' education?
Well,
my answer is very simple, and I think they can't. They have been trying for the past 10 years, and they tried everything. If you think about standard e-learning, and you look at market data, 95% of standard e-learning fails. So it's a way they have been using to try to create time for their employees to be trained, but they're not learning, they're not completing their courses. But then, as an employee, I think it's your right to learn, not just to be trained, but to learn. And if it's the right of the employees to learn, then it becomes an obligation for the employer to make them learn. And another interesting data, again, rolling back to what I was saying at the beginning of my sentence about standard e-learning, which is based on a computer sitting on a desk connected to Wi-Fi, well, 80% of the global workforce is deskless. So how can you fit standard e-learning strategies for this population? And think about the low-skilled learners of the gig economy. Think about agents on the field. Think about a very specific example. I've been speaking with global organizations of mines. So think about the miners. How can you train the miners? I mean, these are people who are just being skipped from training. So, but again, obviously, I have to say, I want to say that there is a solution. I believe there is a solution. And again, it's a solution where technology comes to help. But also science comes to help, and learning science comes to help. And if you think about the theories of microlearning and spaced learning, which simply put because of time, again, are the best way for our brain to memorize content and keep it in our memory for the longest period of time possible. And then if you find a way to deliver these micro peels of learning content into the pockets of your learners, independently on where they are. Maybe they're with Simone on a nice beach in in southern Spain. Then you think that you're not creating time, but you're leveraging the pockets, the small pockets of time, and it can be mere minutes. You're leveraging the small pocket of times that everybody has.
Thank you. Thank you. I love the fact that we are talking about, designing disruptive and creative learning experience. And we just heard from you that you can't just think about one factor. You have to think about multiple factors. And I think what is amazing is that we have startups like yours that are actually focusing on one of those factors and really creating solutions. So on behalf of everyone who doesn't have time but really want to be trained and learn more, thank you. And with this, I think we're just going to say a big thank you. And I'll just leave the floor. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. Ciao.
Tutti voi, grazie ovviamente.
Thank you all. Thank you, obviously, to Sara for moderating this last roundtable. I'd like to thank you who stoically withstood the sun of this November in Rome. And I'd like to thank those who are following us in streaming. Before we part, two things. In the afternoon, Tiziana Di Simone from RAI will be taking over. She's an expert on all European issues and will delve even deeper into the future. You'll be discussing education in the metaverse and much more. And another piece of, or another announcement, there is lunch served just outside of this structure. And we'll, once again, thank you. We'll see you in the afternoon.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti, ben trovati a chi è presente in questa serra, sotto questa serra accogliente che è un po' l'incubatore dell'innovazione di queste giornate che avete organizzato qui e ben trovati a chi è collegato su RaiPlay e laRepubblica.it. Io sono Tiziana Di Simone, giornalista di Radio 1, dove da 25 anni conduco settimanali sull'Unione Europea.
I'm a journalist from the first channel of our state TV channel, and I have been trying to explain something which is rather complex, and this is the challenge that I am rising to today with our rapporteurs in the second half of today's meeting organized by Talent Garden. There are so many different insights, so many different contributions that we can gain from this afternoon's meeting. And then we have the future of Europe, which is this direct democracy exercise, the greatest ever direct democracy exercise which has ever been implemented in the European Union. We heard from President Meloni, we heard from Commissioner Gabriel. We know how important innovation is. And this afternoon there will be opinion makers, representatives of startups, policy makers who will discuss how education and training can be put at the service of innovation and of the economic and social growth of Italy and of Europe. So let me now invite Alberto Mattiello to join me here on the stage. We have a long afternoon.
Futurist, ben trovati.
So we have an innovative opinion maker.
Yes, we change. Dedicato al potere del cambio.
Dedicated to the power of change, right? You were thinking about yes, you can. Yes. I like what you said. You step into the fray or into the field. I wanted to speak about or begin with the World Championship, with the World Cup. I don't know who had the guts to follow this World Cup without Italy's participation. Let me show you detail. If you look amongst the official sponsors of this year, next to the great sponsors we know, Coca-Cola, Visa, and so on, there's a company, this one. It's called Byju's. It's an Indian company. It's one of the 32 unicorns that belong to the topic that we're discussing today, educational technology. It's an Indian company that deals in changing trading for students up to the 8th grade. This is already significant because it tells us how the world is changing and how important it's becoming also in terms of volume. It's capitalized at 5.5 billion. It's just 151 million. It's part of the 32 unicorns that I mentioned. We're talking about a system which, and I'll show you the data that's going to come out in January. We're talking about some 42,000 startups that operate within this framework. Another important piece of information, 2021 was a record year for investments in innovation. But what's interesting is seeing that although 2022 was no doubt a year that went slowly, the EduTech sector has performed well. It actually performed in excess of forecasts. Now I could spend hours discussing this slide. It seems that China has reduced its investments, whilst in 2020 it was one of the main players. And then Europe, India, and the USA remain the main players. Why are so many investment made in this sector? Well, this is a sector made of services, and there are three reasons, according to me. The first, obviously, is the technology change. The technology changes, and so the way in which we operate changes. From academic to corporate training, investments are required. An example, it's obvious that when a technological context changes, the way in which we operate, the opportunity and business models change, and it's essential to train people who know how to move within a given context. One example, one case in point is this. Today, we will work less and less, and more and more we'll have machines working for us. I don't know how many of you have had the opportunity to play with text to something, with a new branch of AI. I write a text, and AI creates an image. I write, I want to see a bear playing the bass, and the platform creates infinite images that create of this sort. And this is going to enter more and more into professions in design and architecture. My brother, who's an architect, is very frightened by this because he's afraid that one day people will be able to write and describe the house of their dreams, and they'll bypass the architect, or I could go on and on with many examples. Code. I write code and it generates an applications. I tell you how I need the text for a blog post or what have you. Just imagine that even just this minor, the small or very big innovation takes place. Well, you need to be trained to operate here. And the second point is a new narrative shift. Sometimes the narrative associated with a given profession needs to change when there's such a big change that takes place. This is a 2019 survey conducted in the U.S. Jobs that are going to be created in 2020-2030. Mechanics for electrical vehicles are missing. I go to schools with a training program to change the narrative of the mechanic. It's not a dirty place with pinups on the wall, but it's a place in which you transform vehicles which are robots. So you work with electronics, with robotics, and so on. So here the narrative is changed. I've taken Tesla as an example, but CPAs should do this also in relation to economics. As the technological context changes, so does the narrative need to change. Third, it's necessary to change the career ladders. Now, we were all born with the idea that the career is like a ladder, a series of steps. Now instead, careers are called portfolio careers in the U.S. They are horizontal rather than vertical. So the growth does not occur vertically, but horizontally because of the many opportunities that are available to people. Now, these 42,000 startups, what are they doing? What are they focusing on? Well, let me provide you with an interpretation based on the philosophy of problems or issues. Three types. The first are code gap. You're in a situation, a normal situation, something happens, and all you can do is solve that problem. The pandemic has generated not one, but infinite problems in terms of problems. Millions of people who had to change the way in which they worked overnight. Basically, these startups have replicated what is done in the normal world, in the physical world, in the digital world. How do I run tests? How do I enter into collaborations and so on? Startups, these 42,000 startups received funds to help overcome the problems that were generated by the pandemic. Now there are also other problems that have emerged, the so-called day one gap of problems. The technological context changes and problems arise, but you can see them and try to solve them. So typically, the companies that operate in this field are the so-called disruptors. They come and they change the rules. The problem's always been there. Nobody saw it. Nobody tried to solve it. Or even if they could see it, the technology to solve it was not available. Many things are happening. Many come from data, artificial intelligence. Just a couple examples. The fact that you can train having an immediate sense of how much the person is engaged by that type of training and to what extent the results are being achieved, or a problem or products like Outlier. I don't know if you're familiar with this. It basically it creates training with the cinematographic quality of Netflix, and the contents are described according to 3 different models. And you can choose which is the form of which is the way that you perform. More and more we'll see things associated with audio. More and more startups are using this as a system for learning. And here's a company that I discovered last year. It's a French company that promotes hypnology. Anyway, these are the disruptors. This is fun. They're fun. They're a fun way of reading this change. Then next to the disruptors, there are the so-called inspirers or enablers. There are issues that are greater than where we stand. We create the problem, and the startups create, on the one hand, the vision, and on the other hand, the solution. There are startups like Teachable. Everyone can become a teacher. You have a vision, and then you have a series of instruments that may be helpful to achieve this objective. And then there's a metaverse. The new project generated by Zuckerberg are completely based on this. The type of investment that is being made is comparable only to the Apollo program, how much we spent to send man on the moon. So in here you have the new narrative of the meta, of that metaverse is all about how to be better trained, better professionalized, and so on. There is a research study that I like to mention. It shows how the interactive VR experience has had a direct impact on what had been it was run on 13 to 16-year-old female students, and they estimated to what extent they would be interested in entering into the world of digital technologies. So what should we focus on? What kind of research should we conduct? I think that the idea of examination or exam is what we need to focus on. It contains the fact that training is something that begins and ends, but in the future it will belong to things like eating and sleeping. There's no end to it. And so there's something that I'd like to suggest as a framework to close. I wrote a book entitled From Customer Success to Student Success. The purpose here is to help people to stay in their ecosystem as long as possible. And the model they use to do this is customer success. What's new is that it's not enough to focus on the customer experience, but also on the customer outcome. You deal with the fact that you need to understand how your training impacts the people. The Outlier model that I was referring to has a team of student success, which monitors and measures not only if they're doing well, if what they're doing has a direct value in terms of the market that they are geared towards, that they're data-driven, they're cross-functional in this logic of horizontal growth, they're value-driven and value-based. Thank you.
Grazie Alberto Mattiello per essere.
Thank you, Matteo Mattiello, for introducing us really to the next speaker. We're going to be talking about metaverse. That's a word that was coined in 1992 by Stevenson in a novel. How is this revolutionizing where is it being used? I'll hand the floor over to Ganesh and John, who will give an answer to these many questions.
Thank you. Hi. A voi.
Good afternoon. My name is Ganesh. I'm the Chief Information Officer of Modul University Vienna. We service around 1,200 students with 150 faculty and staff, and we specialize in hospitality, tourism, sustainability, and now applied data sciences for bachelor's, master's, international MBA. And today, myself and John are going to introduce to you the metaverse and its application in education. Modul University is the first metaversity in Europe. So what is the metaverse? The metaverse can be described as an emerging collection of next-generation digital technologies. The promise is to deliver decentralized, immersive, and interactive experiences that will evolve our social, economic, and environmental approaches as a species. This diagram probably makes it a little bit easier to follow what we're calling the metaverse here and now. And a really important concept is this idea of physical space and the digital space. And there are really three key technologies that we talk about at present that represent the metaverse. So we have virtual reality, which you would have seen with the headsets and the controllers working in a virtual space. We also have augmented reality, a very popular concept with mobile devices. And then we have mixed reality, or XR, and that's a combination of the two. And right now, present day, we see kind of specialist products that are coming out. We see a lot with VR in gaming, lots of consoles that use VR for gaming. And when we think about augmented reality, we're really thinking about mobile applications that use augmented reality. We tend to find mixed reality used for simulation programs. So that could be something to do with a surgeon or someone learning how to fly. And as we think about the future, we anticipate that VR is going to grow at an accelerated rate. And VR probably more so than augmented reality and mixed realities because it's so versatile. There's so many things you can do in it, and primarily you can journey anywhere. The possibilities are infinite. So why should we care about the metaverse? By 2040, the population will be almost 9 billion, right? And about 1.8 billion plus is going to be Generation Z, and that's 10 to 24-year-olds. And the really important thing about this is that we, as a globe, as a community, we simply don't have the resources to meet the needs of that population. And if you look in the education space, at the moment, there are 220 million tertiary students globally. By 2040, that number grows to 600 million. And this is a really interesting stat from EY, that over 96% have a mobile device presently, have 7+ social media accounts, and spend almost 3 hours a day on digital devices. And that's a really important perspective to have, that a younger generation are really completely fine with this idea of these emerging technologies. So what do we want to achieve at Modul? We're after a true digital campus, what we know is a digital twin in partnership with Vitri XR. We want a student for life, perpetual alumni approach. So we want people to continue to grow in their studies at the university. We're using AI to actually develop career paths in association recruitment. Automated forecasting, we now have the ability to actually monitor students that are doing well and share their habits, their behavioral habits, with students via personas to help students that are aspiring to do well in terms of performance. And finally, the motivation is the future is going to be mobile, but we're going to use mixed realities probably, predominantly to VR. And what that's going to enable us to do is focus on bite-sized learning, which has proved so much more effective in this day and age, and ideally zero carbon data centers. I'm now going to hand over to my colleague John from Victory XR. John's going to talk you through some of the amazing things that Victory XR have been able to do for Maduro and other universities.
All right. Thank you, Ganesh. I appreciate it. Hope everyone's doing well today. I'm sorry you're looking into the sun. I see a lot of sunglasses out there. My name is John King, and I work for a company called Victory XR. And we work primarily in the education sector in immersive technologies, augmented reality, and virtual reality. So we're going to talk a little bit more about what metaversities are, right? And we're discussing places and spaces that we've designed out and built, sometimes reflections of places in the real world, like a university campus, or generic areas where you can do things that maybe you can't even do in real life, right? And we're going to walk through some of those. I'm going to play a short video with a little message from our CEO, Steve Grubbs. And you're going to see some images on the screen that show what we're actually talking about, right? Which is manipulating three-dimensional objects, blowing them up, stepping inside of them, seeing students working inside these VR spaces where it allows them to come together in this virtual space where otherwise it might not be possible to do so.
Remote learning is growing all over the world. Victory XR is the solution for schools, students, universities who want to have a remote learning program in an immersive world, in virtual reality.
So you can see students in these spaces actually manipulating objects, blowing them up, stepping inside them. We also do workforce training where you can get people skilled and trained up where the cost of failure is low, right? If you drop a pallet of goods in a virtual warehouse, nobody gets hurt, nobody loses money. You can also integrate media, like 360-degree videos in these spaces, as well as recreate spaces that exist in the real world. And there's some videos of campuses, of universities that we work with in the United States. Students meet here, work on projects, collaborate, and spend time in the virtual space, not just for instruction, but also for other things like student services and tutoring, ESL, and mental health counseling. You can design specialized spaces with high degrees of specificity to get in there and do things like organ identification. And we like to say it's crazy today, but obvious tomorrow. And we'll get into a little bit more about that. Here's some partners that we work with. Now, one of the things, and I think Ganesh touched on this, is that with the modern era of the student looking at global education opportunities, you need to meet the students where they are, right? And by proxy, where they would like to be. Students are comfortable working online. They're comfortable being connected across oceans, languages, and continents, right? And that's something that institutions and industry have to accommodate for, right? For some of the people making the decisions in the boardroom, they might not be comfortable in those spaces, but the majority of students who are engaged in learning absolutely are. We've got partners in over 40 countries across the world, whether that's ESL instruction, workforce training, aviation, healthcare. And we're trying to bring together education into this virtual reality space that not only makes it accessible, but it makes it affordable, right? We understand that not every child, every student has the ability to buy a $2,000 headset. So you can access these spaces using a VR headset or on your mobile phone, your tablet, your PC, your Mac, your laptop, your desktop. So a lot of people ask, well, does this actually work, right? And we're no longer on the bleeding edge of this technology. We've worked with over 40 universities in the United States who have brought back that data. The leader in the world currently, Morehouse College, based out of Atlanta, Georgia, has been teaching in this space for several academic years. And what they've come back with is some data that's pretty impressive. So if you look at a class, a history class taught at Morehouse College, they taught in 3 different modalities. They taught in face-to-face, online, and then VR. And when I say online, think of a Zoom call, right? What you can see is the 3 metrics: student attendance, student engagement, and student achievement. And when I'm talking about achievement, I'm talking about the grades, right? And what you'll notice is that on average, we have student attendance, engagement, and achievement all above the other modalities that are being demonstrated in these courses. Students enjoy this. they get value from it, and they're able to maximize the impact that those educational classes have during their college career. We all see this with many of our other classes at other partner institutions. Right? So, a lot of schools, a lot of companies, they want to see best use cases, right? Who else is doing this? Is this working, right? And I've showed you a little bit of data that speaks to that. But once it's proven, right, everybody wants on board. There's no problem with being involved in a solution that produces results, that brings people together in education and across the world. We have some examples of our partner Model University here with some of those rebranded environments in the digital twin spaces. Whether it's a student center, a classroom, or the foot of Mount Fuji, you can have a class wherever you want. You're not tied to the location as it relates to the instructional material, right? So I'd like to hand it back so that my partner Ganesh can finish up and bring us home.
Thanks, John. So just very quickly, just regards to the metaverse, we've talked about education. So really 3 things to think about. Borderless service delivery, so we're talking about education, training, healthcare, retail shopping and tourism. And these are active projects, right? And then we have what the metaverse can do to assist United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And then finally, about immersive and interactive experiences that we can now introduce that we couldn't possibly have before. And probably one that's really worth thinking about is tourism. Imagine if you can't afford to go somewhere or you don't have the physical means to go somewhere, the metaverse will allow you that chance to experience something that you would otherwise just hear about or read about. The last thing I'll say in conclusion, this is all technology, but the one thing that Model University, Victory XR and Talent Garden share is a passion. We have a passion for education, and what's really important to us is our students and what we can do for their future. And I implore you all to think about what that communication, those challenges are that we're going to have to tackle collectively to make that future feasible and welcoming for future generations. Thank you very much.
John e a Ganesh.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Ganesh. When I retire, I'll enroll because I want to learn about metaverse. All right, and since I talked about retirement, without further ado, I would like to invite our next speaker from IMPS. He is in charge of technological innovation and digital transformation for IMPS. We'll hear about how the public administration is dealing with these new technologies.
Allora, grazie.
Thank you. It's an honor for me to be here. I like to talk about school more than public administration, since we are talking about education and our future young people. So that's what I'm going to be talking about. This is an example. It goes back to 7 years ago. This was a school in Teramo, very small place in Abruzzo. I used to teach there cloud computing. We talk a lot about cloud computing, but it's been around for a long time. In 2015, I was talking about it in school already with these young kids. At the end of this class, over time, some of them have become professionals. One has become a software engineer for Sky, another a product manager for Six, a Swiss fintech company in it works for the Zurich Stock Exchange. Another is an AI engineer in Holland. Another is a freelancer, a startup freelancer. So thanks to that course, many have developed a very important career. 2 weeks ago, another one of my young students received an offer. He went to Holland to work for as a data engineer for Booking.com. Now, why do I start with this example? Well, EduTech Challenges, this event helps us to talk about this stuff. You know, when we talk about technologies, oftentimes we think that we reason in terms of tablets or blackboards. Well, these are useful, but they're just support materials. And in Italian schools, one thing that I don't see is those good old blackboards with the actual chalks. I think that's still good. Anyway, these tools are useful, and that's fine. But the ultimate challenge is having people understand that new technologies and IT are sexy. This is something that, unfortunately, in Italy and in Europe, continental Europe, probably, people struggle understanding how strong, how powerful, how exciting new technologies and IT are. Democracy today is sexy, of course, and IT is democratic. It's perhaps the most democratic thing that's out there when it comes to human knowledge. It's sexy because it cuts across groups. This was the booklet of my grandfather, who worked in Carbon County in Pennsylvania as a miner. Tell me, how many jobs allow the nephew of a miner to be on a stage to talk about new technologies? That's really important. You can be the son of a worker, you can come from any social background. No, IT doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for IT. You need to be able to make it with your own strengths. And IT is sexy also because it makes you free. I quote here the words of an engineer who works in the area of electrical e-scooters and mobility. He says that IT allowed him to have opportunities at a global level in spite of the fact that he came from a very small town in Calabria, and he therefore traveled worldwide. So thanks to IT, you can aspire to getting a job in San Francisco and Singapore, wherever, really. The way in which you have access to labor is even greater, to the working world is even greater, and it helps you to go beyond your territory. And of course, you can move to San Francisco, London, or Singapore if you wish, but you can also go anywhere in your own country. IT allows you to be everywhere. You can go to Bali. It makes you free. It's formidable. It's very powerful. IT is sexy also because it is accessible. Now, unfortunately, you can't see that very well from this slide, but this is one of the young people from the first picture who's working in Silicon Valley for a startup, and he's working outdoors in just a cafeteria. All you need is a laptop, and you can work just about everywhere. IT is sexy also because it generates cultural richness. This is the School of Athens of Raphael, who shows Aristotle and Plato dialoguing. And here I've quoted the words of Chris Nixon, who says that Aristotle is one of the fathers of IT. That's a little stretched. That's taking it a little too far, but it's true that Aristotle was really the father of classical logic, and IT is based on logic. If Aristotle were a millennial today, he would be a great IT guru. So philosophy, classical humanistic knowledge is something that's separate from modern know-how. IT is sexy also because it generates monetary richness or wealth. I don't think that we should be ashamed to talk about money. IT, and this applies to some. You can see here the salaries paid out to various different job profiles within the framework of IT. It doesn't matter where you come from, as long as you have the skills, you can actually make this kind of money. That said, I believe that if you think about it, IT is the social elevator the ultimate social elevator. You're free. You can come from any social class. There are no access barriers. You can become richer and more educated. So this social elevator always also brings prosperity, wealth. Social prosperity is the same as or corresponds to monetary wealth. And this is not clear to many. Not necessarily, it may be to you, but people who are not experts in this field see IT as something that's a little strange. But IT is just about everywhere in our work. This is a quote from a beautiful article featured in Economy Up that in this article it is stated that Italy is really way behind when it comes to digital innovation, and that young people today in our country need to learn digital skills. I don't mean to say that you need to be a software engineer to be able to emerge, but you do need the basic skills because software is eating the world. It's everywhere. It's in finance, it's in entertainment, in the industry, in medicine, in the military sphere also, sadly. And just as one doesn't need to be Manzoni in order to be able to write a book, at the same time, nowadays, you don't necessarily need to be the software engineer working for Google or Microsoft or what have you, but you do need to have these basic skills because they're going to come in use. They're going to come in handy in any work that you undertake, in any job or career you undertake. Quoting Confucius, I really like this. He says, if I listen, I forget. If I see, I remember. If I do, I understand. I really like this because it helps us to understand that what really matters in learning and in understanding something is doing, is touching with your own hands. And you learn by building, especially if you have teachers that inspire you in addition to technology, in addition to tablets or tools. It's important to do and to be inspired by teachers. Remember the kids that I showed you in the initial photo of going back to 2015? Well, they had a good teacher, they had a good career, they've become young professionals. They're kind of like young Maradonas. We talked about Maradona yesterday, and they're the Maradonas of IT. You might think, who cares anymore? I might be working in San Francisco, or I might be living in Bali. I've gotten what I wanted. Now I can move on. But these young people don't think that way. They say, we've received something that's very important that shaped our life, and we want to give it back, give something back for the benefit of younger people, of younger generations. And so we've created this not-for-profit association called Cogita. These young people, these young Maradonas, teach IT, modern ITs to young people today. They've become like teachers who can inspire and influence the new generations, teaching IT at a practical level, because it's important to, at the end of this short course, at the end of this period, a young person, these young people will be able to create a mini app starting from scratch. IT is very simple. People don't understand that. Anybody who has the right motivation and focus in little time can create, say, a mini WhatsApp. Maybe it won't extend beyond 10,000 people, but at least you've created it. You can. You're engaged, that you can build up a future, and then you take it from there. This is what these young people are doing, and I'm very proud of the fact that they've really stepped forward and they've created something, giving back to the people who who are the age they were when they first started out in this area. So pay it forward is the motto here, because this is the only way to face up to the challenges of modern education. Thank you. Thank you, Vincenzo. How very encouraging. Let's see if already connected is our next speaker, Nicola Tasco.
Pomeriggio è direttore di Lazio Innova.
So good afternoon. He's the head of Lazio Innova. So good afternoon. Lazio Innova is the in-house innovation organization within the region of Lazio. Can you tell us something more about Lazio Innova? So good afternoon, everyone. The pandemic and the need for energy transition, the need to embrace a new development model have prompted many different digitalization processes in Italy, and our region, Lazio, supported by Lazio Innova, even before the outbreak of the pandemic, had identified some essential prerequisites which had to be met in order to have sustainable growth. So we followed in the wake of the smart specialization strategy to identify possible courses of action for the future in sectors which are crucial for our economy: aerospace, automotive, the sea economy, alternative industries, and the like. The time has come to seize these opportunities which are being made available by new technologies, by research, so that innovation can be made available in all of these sectors. As I said, we also need to take into account the 2021-2023 regional programming cycle of the European Union, where sustainability and inclusion also play a very relevant role. So Lazio, using European funds and the National Recovery Plan, will be able to use 16 million euros, just to give you an idea of the relevance of the efforts being made. Digitalization is of crucial importance here, because digitalization will make it possible for us to improve and upgrade a number of procedures. We shall work with a number of organizations which can help our region to implement its program of activities in the next few years. For those who are not familiar with Lazio Innova, this is owned 80% by the region of Lazio and 20% by the Chamber of Commerce of Lazio. And Lazio Innova operates in our region trying to support innovation initiatives. So thank you very much, Nivola, for having outlined the general situation, but we want to understand which projects we are talking about. So I know that you're trying to support innovative ideas, so let's move on and let's watch the video together.
Bene. E allora, come vedete...
Right. So as you can see, we now have our guests here on the stage. We have Michela Michili, she's head of development and promotion of new services at Lazio Innova. Hi, Michela. Lorenzo De Fabio, venture capital funds manager from Lazio Innova. And then we have 3 startups, which I will be introducing later on. Well, Leonardo Guidoni from Matematica Superpiatta, Marta Serpietri from Codemotion, and Gianmarco Commerci from Vigen. So let me go straight to the questions because we have a very busy afternoon ahead of us. Anyway, Michela, we just seen some of the figures, some of the achievements of Lazio Innova. How do you implement these projects? How do you select and implement the projects? Let me start by telling you more about Boosting Ideas program. This was generated right in the midst of the COVID crisis. Obviously, this was not just a health and social crisis, it was also an economic crisis. So we wanted to provide a practical solution to these economic difficulties. And we reviewed altogether our program. We decided to operate online. We acquired a new technologies to provide content. We have completely disrupted our narrative, enabling us to train teams and startups to do business. We've also changed the way in which we perceived our role and the way in which we could serve the economic fabric. We have embraced open innovation. We realized that we cannot do this single-handedly. We needed to enter into partnerships, and this is what we have done. We have entered into partnerships with companies, corporations, public administrations, public organizations. So we work jointly side by side with these organizations so that we can provide training, inspirational pills to those participating in the program, and then our partners can then share their programs so that we can truly have an ecosystem, so that we have a global ecosystem across our region. We have 28 partners, some major companies, ENI, the State Railway company, a very important organization in the field of healthcare. We have lots of investors, including Elventure, Nickel Foundation, the ERICA program, and with many of these, we are able to provide a continuous support to all those who participate in the acceleration program. I do know that we're running late, but let me make one point. I've listened with great interest to the panel discussions which were held this morning. It was fascinating listening to different viewpoints. Why is it important to provide education, to train people on these new technologies? But we also have a lot more targeted programs, for example, life sciences. So we offer services to researchers or university professors, and we realize that hard skills are crucial, but they must be provided together with the soft skills. They cannot do without the soft skills. So it's essential to include the soft skills in our training programs: empathy, the capacity to lead, critical thinking, teamwork. This is not something that can be conveyed or taught. It is something you must practice, and you learn them by practicing, by doing them. So we are including soft skills in our acceleration program. So we firmly believe in the importance of this, so much so that we shall launch a specific program next year for technology transfer, which is going to be much more focused on the new technologies which are required for the future of Lazio, for the future of Europe. But as I said, this will include both hard and soft skills. Okay, you've raised lots of interesting points, and 16 million is a lot, and I know that some of this money is going to be used for these initiatives. Lorenzo, you are more involved with investments. So how do you support startups? You are asking them to participate in the European Investment Bank calls. So how do you help small and medium enterprises? We provide them with petrol. We give them the fuel. If they do not have enough drive, enough energy to go forward, we propel them forward. We have a dual objective for those startups which are at a more advanced stage. We're asking entrepreneurs to consider the possibility of investing their funds and improve scouting. And there are 4 funds in which we invested, and they in turn have made investments in Lazio which they would not have otherwise done. At an earlier stage of development, we provide the funds. We invest directly, filling this gap, and we attract private businesses who are willing to invest. Here the strategy is to forge alliances, so we have a framework agreements with accelerators, with funds, so that it is possible to facilitate our investment process, providing startups with the necessary resources so that they can truly implement all of the initiatives and put them in practice. We are also trying to train people who are able to identify those initiatives with the greatest potential. This is the leitmotif which is going to characterize our venture capital program. Lazio, the region Lazio, wishes to continue investing in this instrument. We were forerunners because we were already doing this in early 2010, and we started using these additional funds in 2017. So thank you very much, Lorenzo. At this point, I'd like to learn more about these startups which are receiving financial support from the region Lazio, from Lazio Nova. Let me start from Mr. Guidoni from Matematica Superpiatta. Leonardo. Yes, Leonardo Guidoni. I will introduce myself. I am from this startup, Matematica Superpiatta. I also teach at the L'Aquila University. Matematica Superpiatta is a spin-off of the L'Aquila University. We are studying teaching methodology and the development of a video game which can be used to teach and learn mathematics. This video game follows the sandbox approach. It's similar to Minecraft, with whom you may be familiar. Just imagine a young person who is about 12 or 13, or even a young child who's going to primary school. They go to school and they start playing with a video game where they are perfectly relaxed, they're perfectly happy. They will find their world. It is a world which is very familiar to them. They do not feel the pressure of having to learn something. They don't think they are in a learning environment. They are not pressurized by their teachers or by their parents. They are free to explore all of these mathematics questions or problems. These mathematics problems are solved by this child, this student, freely, each with their own pace, and they can explore, they can go about it by trial and error. They are free to make mistakes, they are free to fail, and it's up to the teacher, whom we provide specific training to get the maths out of the game, because the mathematical notions are hidden in the video game. So subconsciously the student will have learned some maths, and it's up to the teacher to extract this mathematical knowledge, and can use it also hand in hand with its traditional teaching method. It would have been very useful for my son. Yeah, it would have been useful for many of our children. there is a dual advantage. It's wonderful that a video game can be used as a teaching tool. I think that's wonderful. It is something new, and also something related to content. In other words, this video game is based upon the national maths curricula. So in this way, the teacher is able to also benefit from this instrument, which can be easily integrated into its more traditional teaching modules. So thank you very much, Leonardo. Marta, over to you. Marta is my name from Codemotion. This is a platform connecting the greatest community of developers in Europe with companies who are willing and interested in meeting with IT professionals. So the Codemotion platform essentially is a lifelong learning platform, and our mission is to support developers in our community in their professional growth process. And we do this using a number of tools. First, contents which are constantly upgraded and which are made available free of charge to the community. They are developed by developers for developers. Then there are events that we organize. We organize major conferences. There is one such conference being held in Madrid as I speak. We were able to meet in person at long last after the pandemic, so it is a wonderful opportunity to celebrate. These are major events, very important events. There is peer-to-peer training, the sharing of skills with colleagues. There is the possibility for networking opportunities and professional growth opportunities. Then, in addition to contents, in addition to events, we also provide mentorship programs whereby support is provided to professionals in their career path, so they can identify the best career path for them, and we can generate opportunities, hiring opportunities, especially in those companies whose career path is more suitable to their needs and requirements. So there is a lot of demand for developers. Demand outstrips supply. So developers are sought after, and we try to match, therefore, developers with job opportunities. Lazio Innova was amongst those who believed in our project at the earliest stage, even before the pandemic. They supported us, they believed in our mission. So thank you very much, Lazio Innova, for the great support you gave us. And that's all I wanted to say. So wonderful. So there is a sharing and support for professionals, which I think is very valuable indeed. Gianmarco, would you like to share your experience? Yes, I'm from VGen. We are an association at the Tor Vergata University, and we realized that immediately that there was a huge gap between those new graduates leaving university and companies trying to fill vacancies. So we know that very often it's hard to find a job. They overwhelm companies with a spate of CVs, and companies instead do not find what they're looking for. So what we try to do is to create a platform which could bring together new generations and companies wishing to hire, to recruit. So our platform is used also providing working simulations, very practical working simulations. So students who wanted to apply for a job had to perform a simulation, a real-life job, simulating a real-life job, and that's how they were selected. This, I think, was very useful initiative. Companies are able to select personnel better, and the young people are able to also find which companies suit their needs best. We also humanized the first contact with young talents, even though this first contact may occur remotely. We also were able to benefit from the funds of Lazio Innova. We were amongst the winners. We were selected to participate in the so-called acceleration program. Well, very well done. You're very clear, you're very concise, but very clear. Leonardo, did you want to add something? Yes, our startup was created precisely thanks to funds provided by Lazio Innova, and this was instrumental in us being able to establish our fledgling company and coming up with a marketable product. So we do have time for a second round.
Grazie. Innova, avevi accennato già.
You'd already mentioned the future projects. Just a couple more words regarding 2023. I'd like to contextualize. Of course, this isn't the only acceleration program that we have, which is extensive. We will also develop more vertical programs, which in this case start from an excellence of Latium to accelerate it. We know that researchers, universities are flourishing in Lazio, but there is a problem. Research in Lazio is not unified, and the entities that operate in this field are small, and they have trouble staying constantly in touch with companies. And so we, together with them, focused on a technology transfer program that will engage all researchers who want to do spin-offs or create a startup to train them in the difficult shift from research to enterprise. And we want to do this with companies. So we've already started years ago with a specific program on life sciences, and now we'll move on to deep tech and hard and soft skills, which we are going to try to combine based on the excellence centers of Lazio, universities, the public administrations that want to renew, and businesses also. Yes, Lorenzo De Fabio, let's look to the future with you as well. I believe you've already planned to establish a new fund. Can you tell us a little bit about that? I'll be glad to. We'd like to repeat the fund of funds, which really proved successful in these past years. In the very short term, with the fund that is currently in place, we'll be able to close next year with significant investments. And with the new ideas that we have in the pipeline, we are working towards integrating ever more the services to startups and capital to develop one's business. So what we have in mind really are two new instruments. One that is associated with the Tech Transfer Lazio project. A tech transfer for the Lazio region is a very important element in its strategy. The venture capital fund comes at the end of a process that transfers skills to the businesses, allowing them to reach a level in which perhaps private, which can attract capital. In the region, we're going to, in addition to the funds, we're going to try to attract subjects which can inject both skills and capitals to accelerate these startups at an earlier stage. So that's the picture. I have 3 more minutes, and I'd like to ask one of the startuppers this question. How did you get the funds of Lazio Nova? Maybe Marta can speak so as to give a piece of advice to young women. I'm glad to answer this question. Codemosho was founded by 2 women, and we have many women who participate. So the gender gap issue is something that we take to heart. And there's no denying that we invest, that we dedicate part of our work to raising awareness amongst young women who are starting to look for a job. We give them the opportunity to find themselves in a comfortable setting in which they can approach technologies. In Lazio Nova, we have several programs, Evento, as Michela mentioned. Well, we came into being in Rome. And of course, it couldn't fail to be of interest for a fund as is that of Lazio Nova. Leonardo, I think that we also need to look at the practical side. It's easy to understand what it is that we have to do. I mean, there are calls. We need to see whether it's possible to fit in and just, put oneself out there. Was it easy for you as well, Gianmarco? No, not that simple, because we came into being at a time in which the market conditions were not favorable. We came into being during the pandemic, but we seized the opportunity to receive the help we needed, especially in terms of training, so as to find the right way to allow our project to come to fruition in the best possible conditions. So, right. This is a way to really strengthen and step up one's career, right, Michela? Well, they're resilient and they're very positive in their attitude. But the wonderful thing that is being created is a wonderful atmosphere of sharing and sense of belonging. Paradoxically, the new technologies have helped us in this because they can be contacted more easily. We organize in-person events, but the geographic boundaries have definitely been taken down. They know how to contact us. We contact them when we need to. So there is this atmosphere in which we build the future together, and I'm sure we'll succeed. I'd like to thank all our innovators of Lazio. We're very happy to know that there is a region who's active also on the front of innovation and new technologies. And it was wonderful to have these start-uppers financed by Sinova as our guests on this panel. Thank you.
E allora adesso siamo al nostro panel della politica.
And this takes us to our panel focused on Italian politics. We begin this new part of our long afternoon together. There is a powerful osmosis with the European politics. So 70% of national policies flow from Brussels. So the time has come for us to see how these two realities, Italy and Europe, on the political front work together and collaborate. I'm going to invite to the stage our guests, the Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies, who hasn't arrived yet, the Honorable Alessandro Cattaneo, member of the Chamber of Deputies representing Forza Italia, Luigi Maratin from Italia Viva, welcome. Please take a seat. I'm here already.
Poi Giulio
Centemero, a member of, representing Lega, a member of the Chamber of Deputies also. And at this point, as you can see, there are other two empty seats. They're empty, but they're arriving. They're on their way. Well, we'll start out with you. We'll begin this panel. We'd like to understand how we can bridge the gap with Europe in terms of young graduates and the training of talents and education of talents. That's what we're talking about here at Talent Garden, how we can spread new skills in Italy. We said this a few minutes ago. With the pandemic, our country has experienced this digital acceleration in schools and elsewhere as well. So my first question is, we're living in ever more digital times. Politics perhaps understood this best during the most recent electoral campaign with TikTok. So what should be done to accelerate the acquisition of new digital skills, not just for young people looking for a job, but for people who already have a job and need to reinvent themselves? Mr. Cattaneo, over to you.
Well, we have won the TikTok battle together with Mr. Berlusconi. This is proven by figures, by the number of hits and the number of likes. Well, joking aside, this is, I think, a pretext to discuss how we boomers use new technologies and social media. But anyway, let's be serious. Today, I am fully convinced we need digital training. I think that the recent reform of higher education in Italy, of secondary education in Italy, was important. And then I'm saying this as an electronics engineer. We are faced with a digital challenge, yes, but this, I think, involves the culture and the mindset of our young people. You may expect that someone who has been trained in technologies may be supporters of technicalities. Well, in my case, it's exactly the opposite. Certainly, we need to provide our young people with basic skills. They must be able to use all necessary instruments which are required to have access to some more digital and technical aspects. However, because we are faced with constant change driven by digital, our young people, I think, what really require our young people need a method, flexible mindset, which will allow them to evolve as the outside world changes. I know that it's always welcome when we have an interdisciplinary approach in universities. There was an initiative whereby it was possible for young people to have a double degree, a dual degree. So the possibility of studying economics, but to have a cross-fertilization with philosophy or with engineering, I think that's crucial. It's very, very valuable. And we can support these initiatives, we policymakers, but also universities have a role to play. I come from Pavia, where we have an interdisciplinary university, a university which is interdisciplinary by definition. It is not specializing in one single area. And the more interesting context is given by top-notch university colleges, where you have sport, where you have cultural events, where you have the possibility of meeting students from other departments, and someone studying philosophy can chat with someone studying science. And they, I think, are better able to rise to meet future challenges. More so than someone who is hyper-specialized. So thank you very much, Mr. Cattaneo. Mr. Marattini, you two have won the TikTok battle, the TikTok challenge with Italia Viva. I am joking, of course. Okay, many people viewed us. I don't know how many liked us and how many instead were ridiculing us. So difficult to differentiate. Well, as your question clearly shows, it's always interesting to speak of policy indications, specific policy indications. It's all very well to say fine words, but then we need to understand what we do in practice. So, in a nutshell, very simply, digital skills, all skills, can be provided, can be taught during school years, during school education, or during vocational training. So either we teach young children, and we know that children are well able to use a tablet, to use an iPad, or else we provide vocational training. So I think it's good that we teach digital skills at school. And is our school system ready for this? That's the big question. The second question to ask is, anyone who is out of the labor market, of the job market, let's leave aside the universities, someone who is 35 years old and who loses his or her job, and they need therefore to be re-skilled, to acquire digital skills. Is our system ready to meet this challenge, to meet this need? That's even more complex because someone who's 43, for example, is 40 or 43, does not have the same DNA, the same digital, the same embedded digital skills that a young boy or girl can have. Someone who's my age is going to find it more difficult to acquire digital skills. I know that Anna is joining us now, and we used to be partners in politics, and I know she has worked a lot on the reform of the state education system. And I don't think that our school system is ready for this challenge. We can ask ourselves, is the Italian school system ready to convey digital skills? And I say no, for two reasons. We have a problem of devolution. We have a problem of autonomies given to single schools. Single schools are given a lot of leeway, and we have not a system, however, where schools are able to follow freely their own choices, to make choices freely in providing programs and curricula. And the other problem is that we need to have incentives for our teaching staff. Incentives and a reward system in the teaching profession is not existent in Italy. And if you ever claim that it might be useful to introduce it, people come up in arms. They are dead against it. And we know that there is a career path for students. Some reforms were attempted, but not enough. Not enough to create a situation where digital skills can be conveyed in an effective way. Let me say that someone who is 40 years old and who is out of the job market finds it very difficult to be reskilled for anything, let alone digital reskilling. And the point is that we failed to provide these skills in a concerted way. National, regional administrations, regional governments, and the central government. So regions and the central government have sometimes been competitive. and have been competing with each other in providing these skills. So that's why our programs cannot be successful, not because regions are not able to do their job, not because regions are not able to provide this reskilling, but simply because structural reforms are very difficult to implement. It's very difficult to bring together autonomous schools, regional governments, and the national government. So if we are to meet this challenge, digital reskilling for adults, we need to rethink the whole system, and this can only be done if it is done centrally with a constitutional reform, a reform of the constitution. It cannot be left to the regions. It must be done in a centralized way at the national government level. Thank you very much, Luigi. We now have the Deputy President of the Lower House of Parliament. We also have Giuseppe Conti, who leads the Five-Star Movement in Italy. Welcome.
Poi magari ripeterò la domanda, ma prima di ripetere la domanda vorrei che
I can now repeat my question, but first I would like Mr. Centemero to give me his answer. How can the Italian public education system provide digital skills? Good question. An excellent question, a very topical question. Well, it can be done in a variety of ways. To go back to what Mr. Catano was saying, it's a problem of mindset. We also need to start with some initial small steps to start with. My view, we must start from the primary school. Just to give an example, in our previous legislature, we approved a provision whereby children are being given so-called civil education. They are being taught about the state institutions and civil society institutions, and there is also an anti-bullying program which is included in this. So this is something which is now being included in our curricula, and technology too is being included in our curricula. This is for all students, and obviously we also have external skills which need to be provided not just to students and not just to school-age children, but also to adults. I know that we have discussed this yesterday as well, but you know that some people lose their job, they are out of the job market, and if they are to re-enter the job market, they must be upgraded and reskilled or upskilled. So I know that we can discuss this at greater length, but to go back to your question, in the case of the Italian school system, we must try to replicate the success stories. I have visited the STEM education centers for boys and girls, from middle school to secondary schools, and there is an experiment which was conducted in Armenia, which you might think is a very remote region, but no, it was a very successful initiative which was then extended to Lyon, to Paris, to Los Angeles, to Abu Dhabi. It is an initiative whereby young people follow non-formalized courses. You know, we have fewer graduates than the average, than the European average, but you don't need a degree to acquire STEM skills. Outplacement, reskilling, upskilling are very clear about this. You don't need a degree to acquire the skills. And if we look at the models of founders of big tech, such as Steve Jobs, it doesn't necessarily follow that you need to be to have a degree. It may be useful, but it doesn't necessarily follow that it's crucial, that it's an essential prerequisite. Thank you very much, Mr. Centemero. Anna Scani is Vice President of the Lower House of Parliament in Italy. You have arrived slightly late, so let us repeat the question, because I'm addressing the same question to all participants. So let me repeat the question I addressed to your colleagues. Policymakers have better understood during the last electoral campaign the importance of digital technologies. There's been a boom in the use of TikTok for electoral campaign purposes. So what can we do in order to provide the new digital skills to our students, but also to adults, people who require reskilling and who may be aged over 40? Anna Scani, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Yes, I would like to thank the organizers of this wonderful event. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about public education. For 1.5 years, I have worked in the area of public education, as my colleague, Mr. Maratina, was saying. And for many years, I've also been active as a member of parliament in this particular field. And in Italy, we do have a national plan for digital education. This was updated in 2016. Thanks to Law 106 on Italian schooling systems. Investments in digital technologies have increased over time, but I'm sure that other colleagues may have mentioned this. I was not here to listen to what they had to say, but one problem we have is specific training for teachers. So in our future selection procedures, whereby we select teachers to be hired, we should certainly ask as a precondition, as a pre-requirement, that they have specific digital skills. Now, it was not easy to introduce this. We know that in Italy, many people believe that digital technology, I know I am preaching to the converts here, but many Italians believe that digital technology is just a hobby horse for some nerds. There is no full awareness of the crucial importance of technology, not just for electoral campaigns conducted using TikToks, but also with actual opportunities to grow in your job, in your career path. So we need to have teachers with the necessary skills, and that's how we can improve the education we provide to our children. Then we need to invest in labs, in digital instruments used in schools. A lot of funds will come from the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. And a lot was done during the pandemic. When the pandemic broke out, we all suddenly realized, it dawned upon us, that we did not have the necessary equipment. We were not in the position to deal and manage these connections, these remote connections, and a lot was done during the pandemic. And also, for example, electronic boards for schools, and schools suddenly started buying these devices, and then a few months later it was realized that they were not being used at all. They were just furnishings in the classrooms without ever being used, because nobody ever thought of teaching teachers how to use them. So, of course, we need to have better educated teachers. This is for schools. Then, when it comes to skilling, reskilling, upskilling, lifelong learning, this is part of the European Union policies. We have this strategic framework which was adopted by Europe in the context of education. There are so many initiatives underway. Education does not fall within the scope of the European Union, but increasingly it is mentioned in the recommendations of the Council. It is an often mentioned issue in all the policies being adopted by the European Union, and very often the provision of funds is dependent upon education-related items and issues. So I think this is something that we are in agreement on. Mr. Conte, so funds are available. There is the possibility to act. So there is a lack of political will, perhaps?
Well, in order to
allow the country to really accelerate. It's necessary to proceed on various levels. There's no one initiative on which to focus. If we speak of digitization in general, well, as far as I'm concerned, it was important to have a new ministry for digital innovation for the first time. Has it vanished? Am I mistaken? Why has it vanished? I think that you've conveyed the wrong message. Having such a ministry was really very important. And during the pandemic, we realized that what we really experienced firsthand was the digital divide. There were families, there were households with kids who were unable to follow school classes. I think that somewhere between 60 to 65% of the students were able to follow their classes from home, but the others were left out, and they'll never make up for that lost time or for that missed opportunity. Our country really is lagging behind, was lagging behind in the area of digitization. There's a piece of information I'd like to share with you, which is not general knowledge. When the pandemic occurred, we've discovered that there in our ministry we did not have the right skills, the engineers we needed in the public administration. We need to do something about that. We can't have a public administration which is filled with jurists or economists or people who have a degree in political science. It is really important that we also have other skills, technical skills. It's important, therefore, to work in schools. Barbara Floriga, the undersecretary of the current government, worked on a program for schools to upscale the infrastructures, the digital infrastructure in schools. Also, likewise important was to work towards creating an info IT context that would be suitable. The greatest drive towards the digitization of the public administration came from the Pagopia platform for public payments and all in the public administration. You may know that a Stella platform also was built to promote and step up digital payments. The result was that when we introduced the cashback measure in order to encourage people to go back into stores, into shops in the neighborhood, because everybody had discovered e-shopping, and the risk was that people simply wouldn't go back into shops, and that would destroy the productive and manufacturing fabric. Now, with that incentive, with the cashback program, we went from a few digital IDs to more than 20 million. Today we have more than 25 million in the space of very little time. So that was already a leap for the digitization of the country. The second question, I'll start from you and go counterclockwise. Conte, the new digital skills require specific training, as we've said. There is a precious EduTech ecosystem in Italy, which also has an impact on the economic growth of the country. But this ecosystem needs to be sustained. We know that we have a low rate of college graduates who are especially aged between 24 and 34. So how can this be sustained? Well, here again, we discovered that we were really lagging behind when it came to digital skills. I believe that we were we ranked, I believe, 25th. And then during the years of the pandemics, we gained some ground, but we're still really, really behind. That's why it's so important. And I really believed in the 4.0 transition program. This program also with the project for new skills helped to create an opportunity for all companies to have credit facilities in order to reskill, retrain, or adjust the platforms and to train new digital skills. And this fund was really used extensively. I can't remember the figures off the top of my head, but I think there was about 150,000 companies that took advantage of it. So in order to favor the digital innovation of our companies, to render them more competitive, the fund needs to be really at the very heart of political action and a reform action that shouldn't just involve this one government, but all, regardless of allegiances, whether you're center, left of center, right of center, what have you. Honorable Liscani, yes, I'll pick up with what was just being said. In the previous, under the previous government, dealt with the digital transition. The plan, the 4.0 transition plan, was finally open to expenses incurred for training, and that would also cover competence centers, which are going to be multiplied on the territory, the purpose of which is to put in contact the players who provide training with companies, businesses, and workers. Now, this system, which in Italy enabled the country to make a quantum leap towards 4.0, still needs to be finalized, integrating the EduTech world, which has developed some very interesting platforms these years, which were tested in our schools and in our businesses, especially the SMEs. Let's never forget that more than 90% of businesses in our country are SMEs. So unless they have this kind of support, they will never be able to acquire the skills they need to hire a data analyst, a data scientist, and also to provide training. So they need this type of guidance. Now, needless to say, next to this, there needs to be a widespread awareness of the fact that we simply don't have enough trained talents. The Lisbon strategy that told us how many graduates we were to have, well, we're very far from having hit that target. But it needs to be updated, because it's not enough to simply have many graduates, but to have enough people who have studied and have graduated in given areas in these STEMs, especially young women in STEMs. There's a huge gap there. And so we need to fulfill those goals. The plans that we wrote and approved and voted on, they need to be implemented in our schools and universities with guidance programs, the purpose of which is to promote graduates in those subject matters. If we really want them, it's kind of like what I said about the e-boards. If you have the technologies, but you don't have what it takes to make them work, it's a missed opportunity. Well, what about the others? What do you expect to do to accomplish on the front of training? Active labor policies, for sure. These, such as to push towards an integration or private-public partnerships. SDG 17, having to, if we want to speak of sustainability, is the direction we need to move in. With the EduTech platforms that are currently in place, and with other platforms, which I personally tested and tried and worked with in my professional life. Not only a worker who's looking for a job is more visible, acquires greater visibility on the labor market, becoming or specializing in something else, but also future employers. A future employer knows who he or she is confronted with. And education and training doesn't serve only those who are looking for a job, but also employers, so that they can understand how to select people, who to turn to, and how to grow their businesses. Luigi Martin, what about your commitment as regards your approach to the necessary investments? Well, if this were a traditional political debate and I were a traditional politician, I wouldn't say that there is no such thing as a 4.0 transition. It's simply a renaming of previous programs. But I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. I'm sorry. I will not say that. I'll say something else instead. There's nothing left of any of that, really, because you remember that government chose to redirect the program towards SMEs. That was a legitimate choice, which, however, I was never in agreement with. That tool is almost gone now. So I understand what you're saying. There's no left, there's no right here. This morning, we presented a counter maneuver, which is about reinstating the 4.0 program as it was in the previous decade. If there's no division on this front, let us embrace it and carry it forward together, these amendments, so that we can go back. And you spoke about an ecosystem. We could say many things about that, but I'll just say one. In order to create the right ecosystem for training, we need to do something that we've been talking about for 30 years in this country. In this country, we talk, but we don't follow up on what we've said. We say that we need to protect workers and jobs. Everybody has said that, but cultural change is necessary, is required, and this takes us to the citizenship income. And what about when crises hit businesses? Well, anyway, accepting that in the economy in which we work, which is globalized, we have to accept that there is a transition. An individual can go through different types of work in the span of his working life. The individual needs to be ready to make those transitions and to be protected only in the period that elapses from one job to another. We've been talking about this for many years. It sounds good, but then, when it comes to translating this into practice, there is a cultural resistance on the part of people. And so really what is most important is general consensus here rather than a long-term prospect. Okay, the final word will be spoken by Alessandro Cattaneo on this point regarding more investments for digital education or training. Well, Martini has already said I'm not sure whether he's speaking from the point of view of the majority or the opposition. The opposition. You speak for the majority? Well, we all agree as to the ultimate goal. Nobody wants to say that anything different. We don't agree as to how to get there. Investments and even well, we believe that it is best that there be a central, rather than having a centralized approach and a top-down approach. But we believe that it is best to promote a bottom-up approach and based on subsidiarity. The digital transformation occurs across the board if businesses, if all the players involved are engaged. So the goal, which is the public welfare and public well-being, needs to be set. Now, whether it be private entities, with the help of the public administration, be helped to pursue the goal, that's fine. We feel that this is an approach that has been missing so far, and we need to be more open. These resources need to be made available more to the private sector. But what really matters is the methodology that we adopt, because we all agree on the ultimate goal. Yes, I take advantage to just say one final thing in response to the comments made by the people who have spoken before me. Consider how important digital technology is when it comes to welfare, public welfare. Rather than waging war on the poor, do you know what you need to improve public policies? What's really missing is a digital platform that connects and circulates information from the hub, the employment centers, and the private business companies that offer work, that provide work. We tried before we were sent home by the representatives of Italia Vive. If the government will want to complete a digital platform that we do not have, it will be possible for us to improve the directives. That is the way in which you can pursue an effective policy.
Forma, perché poi è andato in Minnesota? È andato in Minnesota con l'accento americano, te lo ricordi Mimmo Parise? Presidente,
C'è
quella è
troppo
una scelta.
testosterone su questo palco. There's far too much testosterone on this stage. Next time, I think a greater gender balance would be recommended. Thank you. You're absolutely right.
Vi saluti, grazie. So thank you very much for having participated in our panel discussion. So thank you everyone, and thank you for having joined us. And the time has come to identify technical challenges. Then it's up to the policymakers to translate possible solutions into practice. So I need to move on now, because we have more speakers, more panelists. So let's now discuss a different topic. We shall discuss this with EduTalia and Generation Italy. I'm sorry, I'm getting mixed up. Let me try and clarify things. I got mixed up because it's a very long schedule. As you can see, I need to find my way in the schedule. I have now come to the right spot. We only have 10 minutes to understand how we can boost your career, how we can change our professional role. So let me welcome Cristina Pozzi, who is CEO of EduTalia. Cristina Pozzi, welcome. Nice to meet you. And then we have Oscar Pasquali, who is the CEO of Generation Italy. Welcome.
Con le nostre domande e vedere un po' di che cosa parliamo con.
So let's see how we can best address our topic. I'm here to learn. I want to be clear about this, and I already learned a lot of things about technological challenges and training. So in discussing with you, I'm sure that I can learn more. Cristina, you represent an historical institution, a cultural institution in Italy, the Treccani Encyclopedia, and you have launched this initiative which provides up to 150 online courses. How can we offer new opportunities, new job opportunities? Well, we are not perhaps up to the level of our politicians who have preceded us. I've only met my co-panelist, Oscar, so we don't know each other. I don't know whether we shall have the same interaction that we witnessed during the last panel. But anyway, this is precisely what we do with Edulia. Treccani is a very familiar name, it's a very familiar brand, it's a very well-known Italian encyclopedia. So this is where we find knowledge, and knowledge is provided in a traditional way with an encyclopedia. However, what we do within the Treccani group is to make a transition to a new paradigm, a new present-day paradigm, which is not only based on knowledge, but which is also based on accessibility. With the development of skills, soft skills, the capacity to read, interpret and understand the outside reality and how we can experience it with the greatest possible freedom. And this should be, in theory, the objective of any type of training program in schools and outside schools. In Edulia, we can provide the training to teachers. We have just launched a lifelong learning platform. We offer subscriptions to teachers, and I always say it's a lifelong training or education. Then the subscription mode is the most suitable mode. And we have e-boards, which, yes, you must know how to operate these digital boards, but we also need to have contents to provide, to offer. And then, as I said, we have this platform which is instead targeted to younger people, young adults who have to find a job. They need to understand their future path. Once they do understand it, once they are inspired to do something, they must acquire the necessary skills, which maybe they have not acquired during their previous formal education. So they need to find the right skills to be selected for the right job for them. So this is not something that is one-off, but is something which ought to be done throughout the education of these younger people, even during the early years after they leave university and start looking for a job. And we went to the managers from companies in various sectors and we asked which skills are lacking. What are the skills that young recruits do not have? And they answered, and that's how we came up with our courses. That's how we developed the curricula of our courses. Oscar, Generation Italy, is a toolbox, if you like, for anyone wishing to enter the job market. And I know that you provide the support to young people, you provide the training to young people looking for work. What is the model that you use? Well, we heard a lot about a mismatch of skills. 1 million young people looking for a job. We have needs, not in employment or not in training. And then at the same time, we have vacancies which companies struggle to fill. So it's a paradox. It's a missed opportunities. There is a mismatch, and there is a lack of common ground. And this common ground is made up by the skills that companies are looking for, and which young people do not necessarily have. So we provide intensive, tailor-made, and short training courses. Why are we different? Well, we do things the other way around. We don't start from the young people receiving training. We start from the companies. We go to the companies and speak to them, and we try to understand their needs and requirements, and That's how we develop a course. We create ad hoc courses, and then we find the young people, we select them, we train them, we introduce them to companies so that they can be interviewed. We work in 3 professional areas: sales, digital. This is the area which has grown at the greatest speed. Manufacturing. We have trained 4,000 people, 4,000 young people with an employment rate of 85% at the end of the course. And these courses are free for young people. They are free of charge. They do not require previous working experience or previous skills. If there is something you're motivated in, fine, that's enough for us. We think that's what is needed to place you in the position to be selected and to participate in job interviews successfully. Christina, some use platforms such as YouTube to learn from tutorials, which are not always given by professionals. So I know that you do something similar for Treccani, use platforms, but how do you compete against YouTube, which offers videos free of charge and produced by users themselves? Well, we're not in competition with them. I think it's wonderful that the two can exist, our programs and YouTube. However, what we provide with our services is guidance. We follow up, we provide assistance and help to young people following courses. Yes, you may be curious to learn, but it doesn't necessarily follow that you find exactly what is required, what you need. So what we try to do is give value added. Certainly, there is a certified quality characterizing our courses, that's right. But also, we follow up our trainees. Our platform allows to have initial assessments, intermediate assessments, final assessments and evaluations. It's a highly tailor-made, customized process. And also, there is some serendipity. It doesn't necessarily follow that you're going to study precisely what you had in mind when you enrolled. You may be given additional suggestions. So I don't think we are that we have taken the wrong direction. There is something I can relate. One of our colleagues who have worked with us on developing content, choosing teachers, recording the videos for these courses. At some point, this guy comes to me and says, I am leaving this company. I am resigning. I was very disappointed, but when he explained why, I was delighted. He said, I have discovered a universe of things I'm fascinated in. I have discovered a whole set of new skills which I have come into contact with doing this job, so this is what I'm interested in. So I'm not going to provide the training in the future. I'm going to learn these new skills myself. So yes, initially I was disappointed, but in the end I think it was an achievement because we were convincing, and we said, okay, yes, you can leave us and I will give you the subscription free. And by the way, subscribing to our platform is not that expensive anyway. How can Generation Italy, Oscar, how can Generation Italy be a useful experience also for universities? Because we know that universities too must be able to provide digital training. Well, I don't think we can teach anyone. Certainly, we're not in the position to teach universities or provide advice to universities. However, it does provide, we can provide an answer to what the Honourable Mr. Marattini was saying. We are faced with major changes, major transformations of our social context. Is it just schools and universities that can provide an answer? Can we expect an answer just from them? Well, no. I think the answer is no. We need to have a formidable alliance between schools, universities, and the whole ecosystem, as has been represented here in this Talent Garden event. So it isn't just a question of training people to fill a job or perform a role in society. Rather, we provide a specific counseling. What is the job of your dreams? If this is a job which is in demand, then it doesn't matter what you've studied so far. We'll make it possible for you to fill this job. We'll give you the necessary skills, regardless of your previous background. So this is a specific way to accelerate someone's career path. So thank you very much, Christine and Oscar, for having joined us in this panel discussion. Thank you for the examples you've mentioned, for the practical cases you mentioned. And now we have another panel discussion moderated by Andrea Bagnato. You have the floor. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
It's been a wonderful day. We're heading towards the end of the afternoon. We've heard company managers and politicians speak, but now we're ready to hear from the people who are on the ground, providing training to innovators, to startups, which have now become consolidated entities. Davide Neve, founder of Aulab, founder and CEO of Aulab. Ivan Ranza, co-founder and CEO of Epicode. Roberto Marazzini, co-founder and CEO of Boolean Careers. And last but not least, the founder of Talent Garden. It's a pleasure to have you all here. I'd begin with some concrete stories about how you provided this reskilling and upskilling in your companies. Would you like to begin, Davide? Right. Well, we had many experiences, and we have lots of stories to tell. I had the opportunity to observe here that we're right next door to NABA, the Academy of Fine Arts, and I was reminded of the story of a student who came from this university, who studied there. He worked as a filmmaker and video maker. Now, during the pandemic, of course, he was jobless. He had to make do, and he started to look around for a way to survive. At one point, he started working as a delivery person for Glovo, a rider. We entered into a partnership with this company recently so as to retrain their riders. Anyway, Gabriele went from being from a filmmaker to a writer, and now he has started teaching our course, and he's now, or he followed a class, a 3-month course in web development. He now works as a web developer. He's an expert now. He continues to grow in this field, in this area. He has already made some career achievements, and this is one of the many stories that we like to tell, and it arises from this partnership that was created in the wake of the needs that we had for our students. From an analysis of 2021, we observed that 75% of them came precisely from completely different areas: handicrafts, clothing, and so we really focused on reskilling and retraining. We see that there's a greater concentration of need and resources out there, and so we're trying to help our students as much as possible, for especially the ones coming from these contents. Thank you. That's really, really interesting. I know that Roberto also has a very similar stories to tell us. That's right. We have a beautiful story to tell.
The genesis of Boolean is really interesting. We started 6 years ago. My partner and I, Fabio, we had started the Airbnb of music lessons. It was called Academy. You could find online or offline teachers of any musical instrument. We didn't have very much money to find the right staff. My partner Fabio was a full-stack developer, but we needed more. So we decided instead to hire temporarily a young person with no technical skills, but presenting 2 features. He was hungry for a new career. He was a store manager for Google, and he had some experience in digital technologies. To cut a long story short, he's currently our CTO. Michele went from 0 to 100 on the front end, and he is almost now on the same on a par with Fabio, who had studied IT for 5 years. The company that we were working for did well. We sold it to the larger, our experience then finished, and we went to work for separate companies. Fabio went to Frida. I went to work for a recruiting company. And looking back, we thought to ourselves, well, what we did, couldn't it be monetized? The genesis of Boolean, as I said, is really the result of our personal experience. Then we looked at what was happening in the U.S., and we came up with an Italian model based on what we observed in the U.S. So it's a true story, really. And it's a beautiful story for me, of course. Well, you're all competitors who've just met, right? Just about. But there's plenty of room for all, really. That's right. Ivan, tell us a little bit about Epicus. Can you tell us a little bit about the business model? We talk about Netflix of training. I think that you have a strong opinion on that. Can you tell us a little bit about it? Well, very briefly, I am a living example of a personal reskilling at the age of 50. Well, I'm the boomer of the group. I reinvented my life and started as a startupper. In order to be rejuvenated at a certain point in my life, I've decided to do some reskilling. As far as Netflix is concerned, that topic, every week someone says they want to create a Netflix for education and training. Well, there are 2 things to be said here. First of all, oftentimes we confuse Netflix. We get Google and Netflix mixed up when we talk about training, but they're really very different. If the question is it possible to create something that is like Netflix for training and education? I think so, but the content combined with the experience of the instrument is extremely important. So I think that the combination of contents and the ability to entertain is crucial. I said to Davide, it would be wonderful if we had all been on the same stage with the politicians, because we would have given them some concrete answers, even some KPIs to measure how you can have a positive impact on society. But Davide said, maybe next year, we'll see. But, starting from Talent Garden, of course. But in order to answer your question, the answer is yes, I think there's room for it. But I also think that we all represent not the marketplace, but those who create serious and deep contents, who are those who are directly engaged with students. Understand what I mean? If the goal is to have an impact on large numbers, well, I always say that our head of training says good people, the talented ones, don't need us. They go on their own, but we can win if we have an impact on that part of the population that struggles a little more. They completed high school and don't know what to do. I think there's room, but there's room for those who are capable of seriously aggregating contents. Thank you. We have Aulab and Epicode, Aulab and Epicode, who do upskilling primarily. But you also have a horizontal approach as far as skills are concerned. Can you tell us a little bit about the other skills? What kind of skills that you train for? Well, we started out about 10 years ago. So in Milan, we brought together some 45,000 people to discuss the digital innovation, and what we repeated again and again was missing our people. So we said, okay, let's stop complaining. We can't just wait for things to happen. Let's try to get them done. So we said, dedicate a little bit of your own time to training other people. At the European level, we have trained 5,000 people to the new digital skills. What I always say is that it's true that we're all competitors, but the real problem is that competition is not on this stage, because together we still account for 0.5% of the problem in the country, and at the European level, the challenge is 100-fold. The problem is that the market of traditional training, we've had universities and academia speaking before. This is not, the challenge is that we need people to constantly train. Numerically speaking, the number of hours and the number of people who require training is much higher. So not just academia, but companies need to pitch in. What I don't like is to hear people say, young people say, okay, what I'm going to do is I'll enroll in economics and then I'll figure out what I want to do in my life. No, that's not the right approach. You might want to try out limited trial periods of, say, 3 months. In the digital sector, for example, the real challenges help kids overcome this kind of mental attitude, and the real gap, the real challenge for us is to overcome youth unemployment.
Ce n'è tanta e il CAC nell'ultimo anno e mezzo è salito pesantemente, ma è la sfida.
The ultimate challenge in our country, what we need to work on. And by the way, let me say that we should remember that Italy is expressing a series of good players, but the challenge is Europe-wide, because in the traditional sphere, you couldn't have a player that would go and teach languages abroad in another country. But in as far as digital technologies are concerned, you can be trained in Italy and go and teach and work anywhere in Europe, because it's an area that cuts across all categories and goes well beyond bounds. And this is a great business opportunity. You need to think European, and this is really the part of the solution to youth unemployment. So the demand is great. David, I know that you have a constant demand for new talents. Picking up on what David has said, what needs to be done in order to grow and meet this demand?
Anche gli altri colleghi,
I'll pick up on what the others said. what is really needed here is a connection amongst businesses. All stakeholders should really start to come together to establish contacts. In Japan, the idea is to collaborate within and compete outside, and see to it that there may be synergies and an understanding amongst all stakeholders who play a role within the sector. The idea is that we start from the observatory of the new digital skills. They make an estimate of the resources that are required, that are needed, say in connection to the profile of a web developer or what have you. The idea is that we need more and more this type of people. Coding right now is being interpreted as the language of the future. English, Chinese, but soon coding will be the language most spoken worldwide. So we need people who can understand that through this language it is possible to find a place to fit into the various contexts, because this sector is having a transversal impact on all economic sectors. And so in this respect, we need to find solutions. And so companies like ours are most welcome here. The idea is to come together and to synergize.
Very good. Ivan, what about the HR manager viewpoint?
Fare assunzioni in azienda, tu che cosa ne pensi?
We know that many people are leaving companies, and for companies it's difficult to recruit the right talents. Sorry, I don't get the question. So how can we solve this digital gap from the viewpoint of an HR manager? Well, there are many different solutions, so we are one possible solution, one possible answer. You've seen this morning. And also Massimiliano from McKinsey told us that we have 800,000 people in cybersecurity missing. There is a huge gap to be filled. What about the possible solutions? Well, companies require not just junior people, but also more senior people. And they are not there, literally, not in the world of coding and not in many other areas. And I think one of the politicians mentioned higher technical education. Well, this is a possible solution, but I don't think it is truly able to provide an answer. These are regional investments, so regional policymakers will invest in the skills which they need in that specific region. But there are other regions missing other skills, or even other countries which require different skills, and they are willing to pay for this. For example, Germany is seeking skills which are very hard to find, and they're being very richly paid. So regional policymakers are not necessarily aware of this, and they will invest in the wrong skills. So the object of today's meeting is to try and help HR managers to think differently from what they've done in the past. Obviously, we are in a very uncomfortable situation. It is more difficult to hire people. It will take you longer. You need to challenge yourself. But at the same time, we provide also a social solution, because these are neat people, these are unemployed. So it's wonderful that these people are then likely to find a job, and they pay for this, because what we forget is that the people here on this stage provide a very special service. We get students to pay for our services, and they pay 22% of VAT on our services, by the way. So we play a crucial role. Socially, we have a societal role, and we have a very favorable social impact, or impact on society, and we do everything single-handedly. We're not supported by the Italian government. We serve the public interest, but we do everything ourselves. Just to mention the people people whom we have trained the last few years. Thousands of people were unemployed. They were able to find a job thanks to our efforts, and they pay for this themselves. Some had to borrow money to pay for our services, but in the end they became employed. So we have played a very specific social role. So it would be interesting to find out how many people the 4 companies represented here have trained. Well, several thousand in the past few years. So what about your people? He has trained what, 10, 15,000? Yes, 15,000. 15,000, yes, up to 20,000 people have been trained the last few years. Even more than that, if we consider the sum of our 4 organizations. So why training? Why is training so important, Roberto? I know that you have a manifesto that you subscribe to, lifelong education. Well, Ivan has partly answered. He has raised many of the points which I was planning to raise myself. It's wonderful to have a business, to create a business around opportunities which are invisible to people, which people are unable to see. We provide support to someone who is convinced that they cannot change their career, their job, and we can transform their life. Many are unable to see themselves in a new context, in a new position, in a new role. They think they are not able to be successful in a new job. And our students may have spent 6 months being educated. At the end of the course, they still believe that they cannot find a job. They are stuck in this mindset. So if they are helped to become unstuck, this is a major contribution. It's a boot camp, if you like. This is a military term. It changes your mind. It changes your mindset. You become self-confident. You acquire confidence, and you can therefore change your life. So why do we care? Well, clearly, because we can exercise a huge impact. Of course, we're seeking a profit. It's a profit-making company. Why not? But at the same time, will people transform their lives? So, after these hugely inspiring comments, Davide, you are mentioning the international impact of Talent Garden. You are very much present in Europe and abroad. So, how do you see things when it comes to skills mismatch in Europe? And what can Italy do to conquer Europe?
E che parto da questo tema di impatto sociale che secondo me ci si dimentica.
The social impact is something that we often neglect. 90% of young people attending a boot camp is trying to learn something indeed, but is especially trying to find the right direction for their life. We have young people aged 26, 27, 28, and yet they have not found the right direction. The 20 years training and education they have received have not helped them to find the right direction. So this is a major question mark. How is it possible that training and education have not helped these people understand what job they really want to do? So in our bootcamp, we help young people to truly understand what they want to do. And if someone who's 28 doesn't know what they want to do, this is a huge social problem. We see this from available figures and data. So it's wonderful to do business exercising a social impact. I think that's my personal view, that it's obsolete to speak of no-profit companies, of non-profit making companies. There's no difference between profit-making and non-profit companies. They must all be called upon to play a social role, and this is what we're trying to do. We see this everywhere in Europe. There are players like us abroad who receive huge funds from the central government. In Germany, 70% of funds come from government from the government. This is also true in France or in the UK, in Sweden, in Denmark. Our businesses, or businesses like ours, are subsidized by the government to the tune of 90% of their financial requirements. And we are working with we're accredited with 5 different governments having 5 different methodologies. And we're also accredited with 4 different regions. So we have the 4 different regional models. And I'm happy with the approach of Sicily, which has adopted the following approach. If you have been accredited with any given Italian region, that's fine by us. We don't need you to follow our specific model. And abroad, similar businesses receive specific support from the governments because the governments understand the value that we are creating. I'm not particularly in favor of public support, far from it, but certainly in the case of training and education, charging VAT is certainly important or an element that must be considered, which has an impact. So I'm not saying that we're going to solve our social problems overall, but we can provide an important contribution. We need to be competitive, we need to provide training, and this is not just to the benefit of our young people, it is also to the benefit of the future needs and requirements of our companies.
Lasciamo spazio al nuovo panel. Grazie Carlo. Ci vediamo poi a Milano.
Bene, ci stiamo avvicinando a grandi passi alla chiusura di questo
We are rapidly approaching the end of our event. We've had a very busy schedule. We've had a very busy day. And we are almost we've almost come to the end. But first we have Tiziano Bucci. He's a CEO of Evento Studios. And he will tell us something about his video gaming company, which is so vital in helping us find the new talents.
Io sono Tiziano e sono co-founder.
My name is Tiziano. I am CEO and co-founder of Evento Studios. It's a company which we founded in 2016, and it develops video games. In 2016, my partners and I decided to pursue our dream. We joined forces, we assessed our skills, our talents, we assessed this market, which is huge. Internationally, turnover of video gaming is higher than that of cinema music put together. So we said, okay, why not? Let's go for it. We decided to create a small prototype. It was a remake of an iconic game of the 1980s. We created videos. There were thousands of views throughout the world. It's become viral. And finally, the parent company, with the rights of the work we were using, came to us. This is a Japanese company. They invited us to come to Japan to have a meeting and discuss how our vision helped us modernize this particular video game that they owned. And so we were in Japan involved in this meeting, and this is when we decided that we were quite good at what we were doing, and we decided to establish officially a company. And thanks to the support provided by the Bellegro Bank, we had some funds made available to us, and we used these funds totally to develop our first official project. It's completely made in Italy, very close to our local area. We published this product, we launched this product for PCs at the end of 2019, early 2020 on other platforms. We sold hundreds of thousands of copies throughout the world, and this was a huge success for us and for our Italian industry. To develop video games is a very complex job. We work with experts in graphics, 3D graphic experts, artists, designers, developers, and the like. It's a hugely complex challenge. And we have 15 employees, and we needed to have a team with all the right skills so that we could scale up our projects. What we're doing today, well, it is very difficult to find the right skills in Italy, so we are trying to provide in-house training using academies which are emerging a bit everywhere in Italy, but then they need to be given a first-hand experience, otherwise these young people will never be able to understand what we do in practice. A video game. Well, you're all used to watching a film or a TV series or to listening some music. Well, just think. You don't want to absorb that particular content in an indirect way, but rather you want to interact with this content. That's where the difficulty lies, trying to predict the actions of a gamer who is no longer a passive spectator, but becomes an active part in the experience. So in order to predict what the gamers will do, you need incredibly sophisticated techniques. So that's why training for us is crucial. This is one of the pillars of our projects. Without specific training, it would be impossible to create this content. Thank you.
Il timer un po' mi metteva ansia.
Well, you were wonderfully short. I was feeling very anxious. I was feeling very nervous. I did want to be concise. I say thank you very much. Thank you. Let's move on then.
Coloro che si impegnano nella formazione in Italia ed in Europa, e adesso ascoltiamo.
Okay, we can now hear the voice of our younger people. Younger people who, thanks to their skills, had a major change in their career path. I'm always on my computer, and my boyfriend always complains about this. In my life, I am a developer, front-end developer, and I take care of what the final user sees on his or her PC screen. I'm new in this world. I didn't know how many women were here, but it is something I wanted to do. So the fact that I was a woman did not even occur to me. I didn't think this would be a problem. So when I decided to become a developer, I was worried because it would not be a secure job. Well, instead, I was leaving a safe job for something that I liked, that I enjoyed, but I didn't know what the future prospects were going to be. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to make it, but I did not listen to my fears, and I just went ahead. It's perhaps ambitious of me to say this, but I wanted to improve the world, to have a better world. Thank you.
E possiamo, eccoci qua. Questa è...
Yes, here we are. This is one of the many stories that we can share with you, things that we listen to every day. My name is Chiara Gugliotto. I am head of the Italian Tech Academy, which is the object, which is the result of synergy between JD and Talent Garden. JD is a publishing group which includes dailies such as La Repubblica and others, HuffPost, Italy, and National Geographic. The objective is that of reflecting on the digital transformation of Italian industry. The objective is that of bringing digital skills to young professionals. This year we have launched a postgraduate course in digital sustainability, in coding, so that we could provide young trainees with digital skills, and so that Italian companies could have a pool of digital skills and also communication skills, how we can create content-related strategies for companies which need to interact every day with channels, new messages, and new content.
prossimo anno è quello di portare sempre di più.
So next year, we want to involve a growing number of young professionals, such as Nina, who has just spoken to us in the video, and we want to give companies an opportunity to benefit from the communication power of a major publishing group and the training opportunities provided by customized courses so that the digital gap can be filled. Let me show you another video. This is another personal history. We are happy to share this with you so that you can better understand what we see every day in our virtual and physical spaces.
Il primo programma che ho scritto era un semplice timer.
It was a simple timer, something very simple that I remember with great pleasure. It was the very first thing that I managed to operate with the code. I started to learn, to really learn to write as a self-taught developer following tutorials on YouTube, but I realized that I was missing something, that some pieces were missing, like a puzzle that was not complete. Now these pieces were given to me by the master's degree that I got through Talent Garden, and which really helped me to enter into the labor market. When I completed the master's program, I joined a quick algorithm. I began right away. I started working right away, just as soon as I completed my master's. So I write to this academy. All right, thank you to the academy. Thank you, Chiara. And we have come to the end of these 2 days in Talent Garden. So the founders, Davide Gattole and Lorenzo Maternini, will wrap it up. Just a heartfelt thanks to all those who followed us from home. The idea was to discuss, to talk about the development of how to develop training and learning in the future. We looked at the situation from the vantage point of companies, of universities. The idea was to come together and try to address the great challenge of unemployment and the great problem of the mismatch between demand and supply. 11 million people don't have a job at the European level now. 6 million jobs are available on the whole. These are figures given by McKinsey. How can we address these issues? I think that in these past 2 days, we have endeavored to do it. And it's not just about words. As we've said, this is just the first step. In October 12-13 of 2023, we're coming back together. So let's join, put our thoughts together. Let's try to bring the projects that are making a difference here to Rome. And our politicians had to leave because there's a voting process taking place tonight on gender-related matters. So. For the greater good. An idea that we had last year, and it wanted to, the intent was that of following up on the conference. It doesn't make any sense to talk about these matters at the national level. We need to hear from Europe. The challenge stands before startups, before the community of Talent Garden, but of Europe. Talent Garden is in Europe. That's where we feel at home and where we want to bring our voice. This event, as we've said, we're on the stage, but we do want to thank our partners, the media partners, Rai Repubblica, our staff, our technical people, who deserve a round of applause. And just a few, Federico Curatolo, responsible for contents, together with Pierluigi Pesa from Repubblica. They've done tremendous work. Arianna Ronda, who set up who followed the team marketing and the customer sides, Marco Paini for communications, Chiara Jacobucci with her headset, who has helped us to stick to the timeline, and also the weather has been really a challenge. Chiara helped us to deal with all of that too. All right, thank you for this great event. Thanks again.